Yeah, I tried to tell him, but he had his earphones in.
Start saying, take the earplugs out of your ears. Can you hear me now? Hey, I'm talking to you.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Don't get defensive with me, son, because you spend some time in juvenile. You're not allowed to ride your skateboards now. Nowhere.
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
That's why I asked you if you have the thing on. Don't get defensive with me. You backed off me. I'm not your father. You hear me? I'm not your father. You give that attitude to your father. You give it to me, I'll smack you upside your head.
I don't have a father.
Shut your mouth, I'm talking.
Eric, shut up, dude.
Where are you from?
Dude, I didn't do anything.
Where are you from?
Nowhere.
Give me that skateboard.
Dude, man.
Sit down.
What the heck?
Sit down.
Dude,
Sit down, I'm not a dude.
I'm calling Eric, sit down.
You're damn right you're calling your mother.
Dude, don't take my skateboard. I didn't do anything, dude.
Call me dude one more time. Are you from the county or something?
No, I didn't even do anything. I didn't hear you.
Hey, let's go.
Where are you from? I'd like to talk to her.
I didn't even do anything. I didn't hear
First of all, you disrespected me, this badge, and my department. You understand me? When I'm talking to you, you shut your mouth and you listen. Obviously, your parents don't put a foot in your butt quite enough because you don't understand the meaning of respect. First of all, you better learn how to speak. I'm not man, I'm not dude. I am Officer Rivieri. Now, the sooner you learn that, the longer you're going to live in this world. Because you go around doing this kind of stuff, somebody's going to kill you. How old are you? 14. Sit down. Did you not just hear me? Son, what is your problem? Do you go to school and give your teacher this kind of lip and backtalk your teacher? Then what makes you think you can come and do it to a police officer? Stop calling me dude. A dude is somebody who works on a ranch. Your friends got brains in their head. They know when to shut their mouth. You just keep flapping. Now, what's your name? Eric what? Speak up. Where do you live, Eric Bush? What's your address? What is it? Is your mother home? You want to call her so I can talk to her? And I'll explain to her what the problem is? Got that camera on?
Thank you for allowing me to play that. That's a great example and something that I taught in my department before I retired. It's something that I just did, as I said, to the police academy, to new recruits, on how not to talk to people. Whether they're 13-year-old kids, whether it's a car stop, whether it's interacting with people within their home. Perfect example of how not to talk to people and a great example of how to get yourself fired. And rightfully so. That guy should not be a police officer, and he was fired as a result of that incident. And I think the best thing that officer did there was give his name, because it made the follow-up investigation that much easier, because they knew exactly who it was. Not that they wouldn't anyway, because clearly it was on video. So I tell people all the time, there's not much that goes on in the world, including law enforcement, in any way, shape, or form that's not audio and or video recorded, including what we're doing here this morning, being audio and video recorded as well. So I'd like to start out with that, just to, grab some attention. A lot of people have not seen that video. When I taught recently at the police academy, 80 young recruits just out of the academy, I think 79 had never seen or even heard of the video, and it's still out there on YouTube. So I'll start out by telling you my name is Michael Bramhall. I'm with the Essex County Prosecutor's Office. I've had several paths in my career. I spent 26 and a half years in West Caldwell, the other end of the county, where I retired as a chief of police in 2009. I then joined the Essex County Prosecutor's Office with Chief Ambrose, where I was doing training. Shortly after Chief Ambrose came back to Newark as Director Ambrose, I came along with him. I was a special assistant to him in his office, and one of the tasks that I had was working on the consent decree. That led me to do some training here about 2 years ago in this room on a Saturday morning in April. It was about 15 degrees warmer then, so for those who think it's warm now, it was definitely a little warmer back then. I worked on the consent decree for about 10 months, and then I had an opportunity to go back to the prosecutor's office and work for the new chief there, Chief Mitchell McGuire. So I've had a lot of experiences, all good, but I truly believe I found a home in the prosecutor's office. With me today are Captain Brian O'Hara from the Consent Decree Division and Lieutenant Clarkin, veteran Newark police officers assigned to the consent decree, and they're here not only to assist me, but also to interject some areas of policy that may be a little bit different, and I'll explain why it may be different. I'm going to go over, from a global perspective, the Attorney General's policy on motor vehicle pursuit, domestic violence, and use of force. Right? Where the captain and lieutenant are going to be extremely helpful is every agency has the ability and the opportunity to take policies and make them more restrictive. So the Attorney General sets a minimum standard, but individual agencies can make them more restrictive. They can't make them broader, but they can certainly make them a little more restrictive, as well as being able to address any questions and or concerns, since we have a captive audience, on consent decree related issues, changes, etc. 2 years ago, when I was part of the consent decree team, it was very easy to address any consent decree updates, etc. Having been out of that loop for a couple of years, the captain and lieutenant are going to be great resources for us today to be able to address what is going on with the consent decree or any specific questions that you may have regarding the consent decree. So I'm going to start by passing out and just sending around the room a copy of the Attorney General Guidelines policy on motor vehicle pursuit. And then I'll get started with this PowerPoint. I have pens here. If anyone needs a pen, please let me know. The PowerPoint is going to be identical to the handouts that you have, which are certainly yours to keep. So write down notes, questions you have. You know, I like to be informal. As you recognize already in the first 4 minutes, I talk extremely fast. So if you miss something, please, just throw your hand up, throw out the question or comment that you have, and we'll do our best to try to address that. And I appreciate your indulgence in allowing me to play that video. I think it's a real attention grabber, especially first thing in the morning. My first reaction when I first started watching it was it's hard to take this guy seriously getting out of that little smart car. And I don't know what he did with the skateboard. I don't know if he put it on the roof or whatever he did with it, because obviously the video got shut off. But he was in such a state of mind that he didn't even realize he was being filmed for 3 minutes and 38 seconds until the very end. And clearly that young man who had it in front of him in some way, shape, or form. But he got a little bit of tunnel vision, as they say, and was really a little out of control. But I think it's justifiable that he's no longer working. Sir.
Mike, was that during the consent decree presently for Baltimore?
No, that was 10, 12 years ago, okay. Minimum, maybe even 15. Yeah. But I think that may have been an issue that was certainly addressed later on, yes. Moving forward with Baltimore, amongst other issues that they may have had. Well, that was clearly, and I've been to the Inner Harbor. It's beautiful there. And I get that, maybe they're not allowed to skateboard there, and maybe people complain, right? But certainly as bosses in the consent decree will tell you, that's not the way that recruits are going to be taught how to deal with people. Not only from a law enforcement perspective, just from a human being perspective. It's just not the way you talk to people. And you're not going to develop relationships with the young people in your community. I don't care what community you're in, talking with people like that. Yes?
I just want to mention, because we talked about the board, as a board, the agenda for our trainings a couple of years ago.
Sure.
Just want to remind everybody, these policies were on the approved agenda. And also, just as a reason, I think you mentioned that these policies cover some of the most, I don't want to say complaints, but what the police deal with and interact with on the most regular basis.
Sure. There's probably not
these are like high-risk areas.
Yeah.
Vehicle pursuits, uses of force, internal affairs issues, these are all very, this is where the most liability is for the agency. Because even when officers are doing everything as best as they possibly can, there's still huge liability issues for the city. When you're involved in vehicle pursuits, when you're involved in uses of force, and certainly, of course, very, the foundation of legitimacy of the agency involves, the functionality and the integrity of the internal affairs function. So definitely the most important areas, I would say.
Sure. As the captain said, vehicle pursuit is something that in any given day, at any given moment, could jump off. And what makes it even more challenging, and this is a personal opinion for law enforcement officers, and I'll use the city of Newark as an example, we have state vehicle pursuit. It outlines, as I said, those minimum standards that the officers are going to get trained on in the academy, and also, some people don't realize, mandated training twice a year in vehicle pursuit. So it's something that at least every 6 months you're going to get an update, a refresher, changes in law, changes in policy, etc. And it's a lot of policy to digest. But then you add on top of that, individual agencies have the ability to make modifications to that policy. So officers learn one policy at the academy, and they may learn that policy over several years, but then your specific agency decides they want to make it a little bit more restrictive. They want to make some changes to that policy, because then it forces you to learn yet another policy. So you got ingrained one way, and then somewhere during your career things have changed, now you have to learn another way. And every department has that minimum standard that the Attorney General puts out, but then those departments, as I said, can make their policies a little more restrictive. So that puts added burden on your training staff to make sure that your people are updated on whatever the changes are. And we haven't even touched on changes in policies that occur over time. The domestic violence policy, I mean, once a year they're coming out with a new addendum to it, whether it be how to handle certain situations, how to handle calls with law enforcement officers involved in a domestic violence. And sorry, Cap.
Along those lines, what he's saying, and I'm sure a lot of folks here know who've been in the city for a long time, it changes over the years depending on what the community is demanding also. So 20 years ago, stolen cars were a huge issue, and a lot of folks in the community were demanding City Hall do something about all these stolen cars going around and everything else. And then we had one night where a stolen car was flying down Broad Street because the police tried to stop them, and they hit a woman crossing the street in the middle of the night that was going to the bus stop because she worked as a nurse at Beth Israel, and she was killed instantly. And because of that, the policy was changed immediately. Okay, we're not going to pursue anything at all. And that went on for years until the community said, oh, hold on, we got all these cars running around again, there's guns in them, there's all these shootings and things. So it's always like this balance at times, that at different times has been demanding different things.
And Cap, that's a great segue into my first slide, telling you what the purpose of the pursuit policy is. The purpose is to secure a balance, as the captain said, between protection and of the lives and safety of the public, as well as law enforcement officers' duty to catch the bad guys. And that is a very difficult balance sometimes to find, because, as the captain said, if you don't go after stolen cars, it's going to increase. And I remember back, again, I come from a small town in West Cornwall, in the early 90s, we were doing 60, 70 stolen cars a year. At the same time, the city was probably doing 4,000 or 5,000 stolen cars a year, because people knew that we weren't going to chase them. They could come into a town, a community, a neighborhood, and rampantly steal cars because they knew no one was going to chase them. So then the public wants some action. So then the police officers have to step up their game and maybe pursue some cars that they otherwise didn't used to. And then unfortunately, accidents happen, tragedies happen. So it is definitely that balance. And this slide from the Attorney General, I think, sums it up perfectly. The primary purpose of the policy is to secure that balance between our duty to protect our residents, our citizens, but also to enforce laws and apprehend those violators.
This thread that he's talking about, that balance, and I know, Rick, you know intimately, because Rick, you've been at so many of these community meetings we've held with talking about policies we're developing because of the consent decree, is not just in vehicle pursuit. Because whether we're talking about use of force, we're talking about all kinds of police policies, there'll be folks there that are demanding that they want, accountability, and they want officers, restricted in actions and discretion minimized as much as possible. And there's other folks in the community that are standing up there screaming, well, I don't care about your consent decree, I want these guys off the corner. So, it's always like this balance and a question of, where that lies, because there isn't one voice of what the community wants with this stuff.
We're going to cover a couple definitions as they relate to the pursuit policy because you'll see them later on in various segments. Boxing in is where law enforcement officers use several vehicles to do just that. They box in, they surround a violator's vehicle, and that would be in a situation where you need to stop the vehicle. You have enough officers and in police cars to be able to surround that violator's vehicle in an attempt to slow him down. So literally and figuratively, you are boxing him in. You're getting cars around on at least 3, if not 4 sides. A divided highway is any roadway that has a physical barrier between opposite flows of traffic. For example, Route 280 that would be a divided highway. Right? Clinton Avenue would not be a divided highway or divided roadway because there's no physical barrier separating both sides or opposite directions of traffic. Heading off is pulling in front of a violator's vehicle and forcing it to the side of the road. All right, so you're pursuing a car and he's doing 50 miles an hour. You pull up alongside of him, pass him, and then force him to the side of the road. And you would use that in circumstances like boxing in that we'll touch on later in the most extreme circumstances. A law enforcement officer is a sworn police officer who's been approved by the Police Training Commission to uphold the laws of the state of New Jersey. Paralleling. There's 2 types of paralleling as it relates to the motor vehicle pursuit policy. Right? There is street paralleling where you're on a adjoining street or the street, if a pursuit's going up 15th Avenue and you're on 14th Avenue, right, you're street paralleling. You're not right next to the vehicle, but you're a block over going in the same direction. So you're driving on a parallel street to the active pursuit. Vehicle paralleling is where you're side by side. Think of a drag racing situation where cars are right next to each other, only feet apart, going down a roadway. And we'll touch in a little bit on which one is allowed and which one's not allowed and under what circumstances. Pursuit driving. Right? Pursuit driving is defined as an active attempt by a police officer attempting to stop someone who's making a deliberate attempt to get away. So if I go to stop a car and he doesn't realize that I'm trying to stop him, the pursuit actually hasn't started yet. The pursuit starts when that violator, that suspect in the vehicle, recognizes that I'm trying to stop him, and then he makes a deliberate attempt to get away. He speeds up, he shuts off his lights, etc. Right? He's ignoring the officer or otherwise attempting to elude or get away. Pursuit vehicles. The general rule is there's only 2 vehicles involved in a pursuit. 3 if we count the violator's vehicle. There's a primary police unit and there's a secondary unit. Roadblock. Roadblock is under the Attorney General guidelines. It is a restriction to stop a vehicle from continuing the pursuit. Supervisor. Right? That's an officer by virtue of rank or assignment is responsible for the direction and or supervision of the activities, right, of the officers under their command. This is going to be your sergeants. In the absence of sergeant, it could be a lieutenant. Right? In the absence of both of them, it could be the senior patrolman, who by virtue of his rank, right, can give direction on whether to continue or not continue the pursuit. Avenue of escape. That relates to a roadblock, and we'll touch on this when we get into roadblocks. When a roadblock is set up, right, it's set up perpendicular to the roadway, but there has to be an avenue of escape, a gap where the vehicle can go through. Right? Because what we don't want is a solid roadblock all the way across the road, and that violator just at full speed smashes into those cars. Right? Want to give him an opportunity to slow down and to stop, but if he sees the avenue of escape, he would be able to go through and bypass the roadblock. Blocking vehicle is what we're using perpendicular to the roadway to set up our roadblock. Vehicle contact action is any deliberate action by a police officer in his vehicle making contact with the suspect vehicle. The violator is the person driving that vehicle, and the law enforcement officer believes that he's committed an offense that's in the policy, and we'll touch on what's in the policy, what you can and can't pursue for, as well as that violator poses an immediate threat to the public or other police officers. Tire deflation device, some people refer to them as spike strips. Right? These are devices that are placed across the roadway and allow for a controlled deflation of 1 or more tires. I don't know many agencies that have them, but they are in the policy because there are some agencies that do have and use tire deflation devices. Okay, deciding whether to pursue or not to pursue. You have to have several considerations on whether you're going to allow a pursuit to take place. And this is where the pressure is really put on law enforcement officers and supervisors. Because you could be a great police officer, be very knowledgeable, but when a potential pursuit situation starts, you have, I don't know, I'll be conservative and say a second or less to decide whether or not to allow that pursuit to continue. You don't have time to go to your briefcase and pull out your notes on a pursuit training class you had several months ago. You don't have time to get on the phone or the radio and call a boss or call another police officer and say, hey, what do you think I should do in this situation? That fast, you are deciding whether to go or not go. And it puts a lot of pressure on police officers and a lot of pressure on supervisors. You know, often made quickly and under difficult and often, more likely than not, unpredictable circumstances. So the supervisor and the pursuing officer need to weigh the need for an immediate apprehension and the risk created by the pursuit. And that's where we touched on the balance, right, between allowing the pursuit or protecting the public, and that is a balance. So an immediate decision has to be made on whether or not to pursue or not. Yes, sir.
I just want to point out that the decision to initiate, to change the situation from a motor vehicle stop to a vehicle pursuit rests with the suspect initially, not the police.
Yeah.
And, you know, the police have a duty to enforce the law. They see a vehicle that may be wanted for a crime or even just a simple motor vehicle infraction and they don't know the person isn't going to stop. They put the lights on. I just want to point out, we have had tragedies here and folks get injured. When simply the officers put the lights on, they try and initiate the stop, boom, all of a sudden the car takes off, like a, you know, and just goes flying down the street, and the next thing you know, there's an accident and innocent people are injured. And that's why it's just such a critical area, because the officer needs to decide instantly if they're going to continue to pursue. But even if there is no effort to pursue on the part of the police, you can have a tragic outcome.
Deciding whether or not to pursue. In recognition of potential risk to public safety, no officer or supervisor shall be criticized or disciplined for not engaging in pursuit. And this is something that as administrators try to drill down to the low levels. If you decide not to pursue because you don't feel the risk is justified, you are not going to be disciplined, you're not going to be criticized. You know, that's a good decision. Not every decision is going to be, not every situation is going to be like circumstances. So as bosses, subordinates will not be criticized or disciplined for not engaging in pursuits. So we talked about when you can and cannot pursue. Right? These are minimum standards. Right? First and second degree crimes. Right? Here in New Jersey, there are, I'll say 5 levels of crimes. There's 4 degrees of crime, sometimes referred to as indictable offenses. And then under that, we have lower level offenses, which could be disorderly persons offenses, petty disorderly persons offenses, as well as local ordinance violations. But at the top of the scale, your murder, your aggravated sexual assaults, arsons, etc., the most serious of the offenses, those are first or second degree crimes. Automatically, they can be pursued for. Right? The policy also allows for an offense listed in Appendix A, which we'll get to in a slide or two. Right? There's 10 offenses listed in Appendix A. They are not first and second degree crimes. Most of them are third degree crimes that are automatically added to our authorization. Right? As well as the officer has to reasonably believe that the violator is going to pose a risk, right, to the public or other officers. Right? These are the 10 Appendix A offenses, as I mentioned: vehicular homicide, criminal restraint, aggravated assault, aggravated criminal sexual contact, arson, burglary, auto theft, theft by extortion, escape, and manufacturing, distribution, or dispensing of CDS. Right? In this particular area, and I'm going to use my former department of West Cornwall by an example, I talked about how the state sets a minimum standard, but individual agencies can restrict that even further. In West Caldwell, and we started it in 1992, I was only a police officer about 4 years then, we took away auto theft. We took away the ability of our officers to pursue for auto theft because we had a lot of stolen cars, as the city did nationwide. It was rampant. We didn't feel the risk was justified. We still allowed our officers to pursue for the other crimes, but we restricted auto theft. Right? I can't add crimes to this list. I can't say, I want my guys to pursue for shoplifting and add a crime, but you can restrict, you can take away certain offenses. That's where I talk about you can be more restrictive, you just cannot be more broad.
The situation we had when it first changed, I'm sure folks here remember, was it not only did the policy change, it was a very public thing because of the tragedy that had happened. So it was publicized that the police in Newark would not chase you if it was a stolen car. So it was not uncommon that you would have stolen cars tearing it up at night right in front of police cars. And then the community sees that. They see the police sitting there and not trying to do anything. And it just confirms what some folks already believe, that the cops just don't care. So it's like the catch-22 that we were in at that time in that situation.
That's it.
So we talk about that split-second decision that a police officer has or supervisor has to allow a pursuit to continue. The officer has to consider several things, as well as the supervisor. The likelihood of successful apprehension. Okay? If I'm driving a older police car that I know is serviceable, but maybe not in the best shape, and unfortunately that's reality in any agency, and I have a guy on a motorcycle or a souped-up sports car, right, the likelihood of me ever catching him is probably not that good, right? So that's something I have to consider, right? Whether the violator's identity is known. If I know it's a young man from the community that I've had interaction before, and I can identify and say, that's Mike Bramhall from 480 Clinton Avenue, right, I should not pursue because I can find him later on, and I will be able to find him, okay? Why run the risk of something bad happening in a pursuit when I know who the driver is? The degree of risk, and we're evaluating the volume of traffic, speed, direction of travel, the area, weather conditions, etc. Coming from a small town, the general rule for my agency was if you've ever been to West Cornwall in the daytime, a lot of traffic, a lot of businesses. I have 12,000 residents, but 50,000 daytime population with our retail, our industrial, and our commercial areas. We would not pursue a car at 3 o'clock in the afternoon under any circumstances. But 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe a little bit more justifiable. A lot less traffic, less risk, weather conditions, and we already talked about the type of vehicle, etc. The officer's driving skills. Right? The city has hired a lot of police officers in the last couple of years, which is a great thing. Some of these young men and women have been driving 3 or 4 years. When I was here the first time assigned to the consent decree, we took a field trip over to the New York City Police Academy. And I know Newark is a huge police department. But then you go to New York City, and it's all relative. You know, they're putting 2,000 recruits in a class, right, that mirror not even as much as your entire police department here. And one of the things that I learned from them is very fascinating, where people fail out of the New York City Police Academy. The number one thing besides PT is driving. Because so many young adults in the city grow up, they don't drive. You need a license to be a police officer. They get their license when they pass the police test and they win the academy. Because by the time they graduate, they need a driver's license to be a New York City police officer. They've never driven before. They've never parallel parked. You know, they've never done any driving. They fail out of the police academy because they can't drive. So you're dealing with young adults here. And I have a 25 and a 22-year-old, and they still scare me when they drive. And one's been driving for 8 years, one's been driving for 6 years or so, and they still scare me. My mother's 75, she scares me, and she's been driving for 50 some odd years, right? The driving skills of the police officer definitely come into play. Knowledge of roads, vehicle condition, right? These things come into play. You have a big city, right? A lot of different communities, a lot of different sections that you just don't know where you're going. So these factors are going to come into play in that split second to decide whether or not to allow a pursuit to continue. Okay. Pursuing for motor vehicle offenses. Somebody ran a stop sign. Someone ran a red light. I'm running radar. They're doing 40 miles an hour in a 25 mile an hour zone. They're talking on their cell phone. They're not wearing their seatbelt. Just a motor vehicle violation in and of itself is not authorization to pursue. It has to be a little bit of a higher standard. And that higher standard is the vehicle is being operated in such a manner to cause widespread risk of injury. He's talking on a cell phone, but he just sideswiped a parked car. He's driving up on the sidewalk, right? That raises the bar a little bit. It's not just a cell phone violation. It's not just a stop sign violation. It's someone who's operating their vehicle where it would pose an immediate threat to the public or any other person, including police officers. All right? Terminating pursuit. There's 7 times where a pursuit is automatically terminated, and this is something that's drilled into supervisors as well as recruits, right? When you're instructed to do so by a supervisor, the pursuit's over. No ifs, ands, or buts. Right? The danger, we talk about the balance, the scales of justice that I call it, the danger outweighs the need to immediately apprehend that person. If the ID is established, we touched on that earlier. If I know it's Mike Bramhall driving that car, I'm going to terminate the pursuit. The vehicle I'm chasing, I've lost sight of it. The pursued vehicle location is no longer known. Or the distance between the suspect vehicle and my vehicle is so great that a further pursuit is just a waste of time and energy. Someone's injured during the pursuit, and there's no other police officer to provide aid to that person. If I'm chasing a car and I see them hit another vehicle and there's a potential that someone's hurt, I have an obligation to go provide aid to that person, right? If there's no other police officer there to be able to provide aid to that person. Right? A clear and unreasonable danger to the police officer or the public. a car is doing 100 miles an hour through the city streets, I would say that's probably going to present some type of clear and unreasonable danger. Any other circumstances that suddenly makes the pursuit a greater risk. When the pursuing officer terminates the pursuit, he will immediately notify communications of such and his location. That officer is also required to notify the police dispatch center, the supervisor, of other key pieces of information that we will get into. And again, and this is all within seconds. You know, look, I'm the first one to maybe be critical of my guys on Monday morning, but unless you're in that moment at the time, right, it is very difficult to digest all this in a split second. Right? The role of the pursuing officer, I touched on what an officer has an obligation to provide to communications. Okay? First thing you should do is try to close the gap. All right? That's closing the distance between my vehicle and the suspect vehicle. And I want to try to close the gap before I activate my emergency lights and siren. The primary unit, which is the first vehicle behind the suspect vehicle, the primary unit must notify communications and supervisors of several things. And the bullets are here. The reason for the pursuit, the location and the direction you're traveling. I'm traveling west on Clinton Avenue. I'm pursuing a vehicle for aggravated assault on a police officer. The ID of the vehicle. I'm pursuing a 2015 gray Dodge Charger. It has a New Jersey license plate. I can't make out the plate. The number of occupants, if you can tell. You're also required to give your speed. I'm going west on Clinton Avenue. I'm doing 85 miles an hour. The boss is probably going to get on the radio and say, break that pursuit off. There was a pursuit this morning by the New Jersey State Police in Secaucus. Said right on the newscast, 55 miles an hour. Right? You're required to give the speed that you're going. Because that information is what the boss is going to use to determine, all right, 45 miles an hour on a Saturday morning, a little bit less traffic, maybe I'll allow that pursuit to continue. 100 miles an hour, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, approaching one of our public school areas, I'm going to break it off as soon as I hear that. Okay? And any other relevant information that may be helpful for the supervisor in determining whether or not to allow that pursuit to continue or not. Pursuit restrictions, all right? Automatic no-nos that you cannot do in a pursuit under any circumstances. All right? We talked about divided highway before, okay? If there's a divided highway, I cannot go on the wrong side of the road opposite the flow of traffic. So if I'm on 280 and the car that I'm chasing decides to go eastbound in the westbound lane, I cannot go on that side of the roadway. And my department used to play videos, Midwest and towns down south, of police officers, and maybe their laws are different. They're on the wrong side of the road. They're driving up on sidewalks just because a suspect vehicle is driving up on sidewalk. They're on the wrong side of a divided highway. Talk about creating a significant risk to a lot of people. That is very dangerous. All right? I cannot go opposite the flow of traffic on a divided highway. Okay? If I'm giving my town administrator a ride from City Hall to 480 Clinton Avenue because I have a civilian, a non-law enforcement officer in the vehicle, I cannot engage in a pursuit. Okay? The general rule is no more than 2 police vehicles. The primary vehicle, that's the one right behind the suspect's vehicle, and a secondary vehicle. Okay? There is an exemption if the supervisor justifies additional officers, they can join in, but the general rule is no more than police vehicles. Okay? A motorcycle officer, and the city has a lot of motorcycles, can initiate a pursuit, but if a marked police car, lights and sirens on that vehicle becomes available, they have to take the role as the primary unit. Right? Same thing with an unmarked car. Right? An unmarked car can initiate, but must relinquish, must give up primary status to a marked car. But that unmarked car must have emergency lights and siren. Right?
Motorcycles are no longer allowed to.
Okay, so Newark has a restriction. All right? Again, we talk about the state policy, and Newark further restricts it.
I did that for a long time. It's dangerous enough driving around trying to go to an emergency on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Actually, I broke 2 ribs 3 years ago, right before I got transferred out. I mean, by a stolen ATV on a motorcycle, which we weren't even pursuing. Just, wow, it can get here in the city sometime with these ATVs. But, yeah.
So in Newark, there's no more motorcycle pursuit?
We have, yeah, but motorcycles are not allowed to initiate a pursuit.
Oh, okay.
Which is the way it should be,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
It's just, you're just too exposed, it's just too dangerous.
Agreed. All right. The officer shall, when possible and without creating a threat to public safety, close the gap. That's closing the distance between his vehicle and the suspect's vehicle before he activates his lights and siren.
Chief, sir, you have horses as well for the police department?
Yes.
All right, what is the situation with that?
Well, I'll defer to the captain, but I'm going to think that horses and motorcycles, if they know a pursuit's taking place, are going to be used for stopping traffic, trying to control intersections, and try to make it as safe as possible.
Yeah, the tough thing with the horses is that they have a mind of their own. and you never know when something is going to spook them. So the biggest thing with them is just to get them into a situation where they are safe. It's totally random with the horses. Last time, a couple of years ago, a guy got thrown off a horse. He was going underneath the bridge on Lafayette Street, underneath the railroad train tracks, and just a car came underneath, made a strange noise, and all of a sudden, the horse jumped up, threw the cop off, and all that kind of stuff. So it's tough with the horses because you just never know when something weird is just going to set them up. They could be at Broad Market all day with all that noise there, but then something strange will happen, and it could upset them.
The reason I asked is because I actually seen downtown North where a police officer was on a horse and he stopped the vehicle.
Yes, they do that.
Yeah,
Yes.
stopped the vehicle
Yes.
and then had the,
Yep.
the person come out, waited for another
Yes.
car to come, and then they actually proceeded
Yep.
with the actual, proceeding.
Yes, you will see that at Broad Market because they can position themselves like by the McDonald's or in the cut on the other side, close by Branford. And if somebody comes around the corner, they walk up into the street and pull them over.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, questions?
Or bring your horse at the end of this, I guess. That's my pet peeve.
I'm sorry?
I said, we'll talk about curbing your horse after this, I guess.
Oh,
My
okay.
pet peeve.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, questions, sir?
What about when the pursuit moves into another city?
We're going to touch on what we call interjurisdictional pursuits. All right. Pursuit restrictions. All right. When closing the gap, you still have an obligation, and this statute basically says that you can go through a stop sign or a red light while engaging in a pursuit or any police action, but this statute, it's a state statute, says you still have a responsibility to make sure it's safe to do so. All right? That's not a blanket, I can go through a red light at 50 miles an hour. Right? If it's a red light, I still have an obligation to make sure it's safe before I go through that light, which means I'm slowing down. Suspect vehicle is not going to slow down. Right? I have an obligation to slow down. I will slow down, and I will make sure it's safe to do so before I go through that intersection, that stop sign, whatever the situation may be. Right? We shall not pass or overtake a vehicle. We've all seen, craziest police videos where they're chasing cars and they're running them off the roadway and they're spinning them out from the back end. That's not something that generally we're going to do here in New Jersey. And we're using caution when proceeding through intersections controlled by traffic lights, signs, signals, etc. Okay. I talked about street paralleling and vehicle paralleling. In New Jersey, we are not allowed to do that vehicle paralleling. We're not going to have two cars drag racing down Clinton Avenue. Right? That is not allowed under the pursuit policy. Okay. It does allow for an exemption for street paralleling. That's the pursuit's going up 15th Avenue. I can be on 14th Avenue. The policy allows for me to do that, but only in my assigned district, sector, city, whatever the case may be, depending on the department. Small town like West Colwell, 5.5 square miles, right? So not a lot of parallel streets, right? City, you're going to have a lot of parallel streets, right? The policy does allow you to be on the adjoining street. You're not engaging in the pursuit. You still have to follow motor vehicle laws, et cetera, proceed through intersections with safety, but you can street parallel. You cannot vehicle parallel, and that's the drag racing, two cars going up the street side by side. Okay? Boxing in and heading off, right? We talked before about the boxing in, surrounding a violator's vehicle. We talked about heading it off, forcing it to the side of the road. Permitted only under certain circumstances, right? Slow speeds, approval of a supervisor, and an imminent threat to safety of the public or police. And as I try to think of an example of when one of these would be allowed, I'm thinking of a pursuit maybe on Route 1 and 9, or Route 280 or Route 78. And that pursuit now comes into the city, getting on Broad Street, getting on Market Street. 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a beautiful day. That car is driving recklessly. There may be a justification where that police officer or several police officers can use their vehicles to somehow stop that vehicle before it gets into downtown Newark. That may be a circumstance where they would be allowed to box in to stop it, to head it off, which is basically forcing it to the side of the road. Going down Route 78, Route 280, probably wouldn't be justified. But now it's entering into the confines of the city. I'm worried about pedestrian traffic, bicyclists, etc., going towards the school. That may be an area. Again, you have to try to do it at low speeds. You need approval of the boss or imminent threat to the safety of the public or the police. That car coming off 78, getting into a residential area, I would say that there's now an imminent threat to safety of the public. Okay? That may be a circumstance where you could use boxing in and heading off. It's limited circumstances as a result of an extreme circumstance. Right? Firing at or from a moving vehicle. Right? The general rule is you shall not fire from a police vehicle or at a moving vehicle. Okay? However, as a last resort to prevent imminent death or serious bodily injury where deadly force is otherwise justified. All right? The police officer also cannot create the circumstances. If I know there's a stolen car and I'm on foot and I'm up on 14th Avenue and I know a stolen car is coming in my direction, I can't step out into the roadway in front of the car and now fire at that vehicle because I've created those circumstances. Right? You cannot create the circumstances that allow or justify a shooting to a car. I have an obligation to get out of the way. First of all, I don't know that anyone would stand in the way, but the policy is written for a reason. You cannot create the circumstances that would allow you to shoot at or from a moving vehicle. There may be circumstances where you're fully justified, but you can't create those circumstances. All right. Roadblocks. So we touched on roadblocks before, and this gives you a basic definition of what those roadblocks are. All right. We can set up a roadblock across the road if deadly force is otherwise justified. Okay. That suspect apprehension is necessary because they are posing an immediate risk to police officers or other people in the community. All right. It is a less obtrusive means, is not appropriate or justified in those circumstances. That roadblock must be approved by the supervisor. Right? If the supervisor does not approve a roadblock, it cannot be utilized. Right? The supervisor must continue to monitor the situation that led to the deployment of the roadblock to ensure that the criteria has been met. Right? If deadly force is otherwise justified, all officers involved in the pursuit must be told via the radio, which is recorded, that a roadblock is being set up. Once a roadblock has been established, and that's the use of police vehicles perpendicular across the roadway, there has to be an adequate sight distance that the pursued vehicle can see the roadblock. It cannot be around the curve. It cannot be on the crest of a hill. It has to be adequate sight distance. We talked about the avenue of escape. That's leaving a gap in the roadblock. Okay? And there can be no one in the blocking vehicles, because if that person driving that vehicle decides that he doesn't care and he smashes into those cars at 80 miles an hour, obviously we don't want anyone in those blocking vehicles.
Those are not authorized in our policy, by the way, roadblocks.
Okay, good. So the motorcycles are not authorized to pursue. Roadblocks are not allowed. And I'll jump ahead. I don't believe Newark has spike strips or tire deflation devices. And I don't know any agency in the county that does have them. All right, so, but again, the state policy, this is where we talk. It's difficult sometimes. We learn the state level policy, and then we have to learn individual department policies. So just to cover the tire deflation devices, right, they're spike strips. They allow for a controlled deflation of one or more tires. They must be able to be activated quickly and then pulled back quickly. And the officer, when deploying them, should remain at a safe distance.
Why are they not authorized?
I believe there's a safety issue.
Yeah, for the city. I mean, this stuff is written for the entire state of New Jersey. The average police department in New Jersey is, what, 15 to 20 officers. There's over 400 agencies. Newark is the outlier, Newark and Jersey City, you know what I mean? And it's just stuff that is just not safe for the environment that we're in. It might be fine if you're in Warren County or, I don't know, Sussex or Hunterdon or something.
Because you're still responsible for that vehicle after those tires get blown out.
Yeah.
That vehicle's going somewhere, and you're not going to be able to control it anymore. You know, it's going to go left, it's going to go right, it's going to go straight, it's going to hit something or somebody. And I agree with the captain, in the more rural areas, you know, if I'm chasing a car out in Warren County, I mean, I ride a motorcycle as well. I love going out to Warren County because I don't see a traffic light for an hour. It's nice riding. You're chasing a car out there, throw the spike strip out, what's going to happen? He's going to hit the spike strips, he's going to veer left or right into a field. I don't have to worry about him hitting a spike strip and going up on a sidewalk and taking out people, you know, down the sidewalk. So that's the general rule, as the captain said. In a more populated area, it's just not something that we'll probably ever see. But again, the state allows it. Individual agencies decide whether or not they want to use it or not use it. All right. Still needs supervisor approval. It's not used to stop motorcycles or mopeds, any two-wheel vehicle. Right. Car can generally go left or right and you're okay. Spike strip on a motorcycle is not going to end very good. Sharp curves, steep embankments, good sight distance, similar to a roadblock. All right, and the officer should not pass the vehicle in an effort to put out the spike strips in front of the vehicle. All right. Role of the supervisor, again, very important, and split-second decisions here. He decides as quickly as possible whether or not to allow that pursuit to continue. All right. He has to evaluate, is it a first or second-degree crime? Or is it one of those 10 offenses in Appendix A? They refer to them as the enumerated offenses. And we reasonably believe that the vehicle is posing a threat to the community. The supervisor terminates at any time if he concludes that the danger outweighs the risk for apprehension. And we go back to that first slide, right? We're securing a balance between those two. We're terminating if the suspect's identity is known. okay? We shall ensure that the policy and the agency guidelines are followed. Newark recently had a bunch of promotions, and I taught a supervisor's class. I did one here, and I did one at 22 Franklin. And one of the first things I say to a new group of supervisors is, how many in the room have children? Most of the folks raise their hand. I say, how many you have? 2, you have 4, you have 6? Okay, well, now you have 12. Now you have 15. Because you have your 2 children at home, and in some senses, you have children, and they're not children, they're adults, but you are now responsible for them, right? So the supervisor is responsible for those officers to make sure that they follow the policy. And even before they follow the policy, a boss has an obligation and a responsibility to make sure that they understand the policy. Because I can't follow a policy if I don't know what it's about, if I don't know what it means. And that's incumbent upon supervisors to make sure that our people, our folks, know what the policy says you can and can't do. Right? So the boss has a responsibility to make sure the policy is followed. Communications is an important role, okay? You should immediately notify, communications should immediately notify the supervisor that a pursuit is undergoing. Now, that should already be done because an astute supervisor is going to be listening to communications. He's already going to know a pursuit's taking place, as he should, because he's monitoring radio communications. Right? Communications should also keep the supervisor apprised of the circumstances and the duration and progress of the pursuit. The supervisor should determine, is there a need to assume control or coordinate some level of communications? In a smaller department, 5 square miles, before that pursuit even gets started, they're already close to my next town. So that communications officer has to notify other towns on exactly what's going on. Right? We want to ensure that radio communications remain open. Right? Bosses will say, clear the air, give me the air. We want to make sure that someone's not talking to a kid who's skateboarding on a sidewalk when we have something more serious taking place. Right? All necessary information is made available to all the officers that are working. Reinstating pursuits. If a pursuit's been terminated, right, it cannot be reinstituted unless it meets the basic criteria for initiating a pursuit to begin with. If a police officer is chasing a car in the city and they lose sight of it, the pursuit's terminated. A general broadcast is sent out citywide. We're looking for a vehicle, 2015 Dodge Charger, color gray, New Jersey license plate. Someone sees that vehicle later on, they need to establish criteria in order to start that pursuit back up again. Someone mentioned this before, interjurisdictional pursuits, going from the city of Newark into Harrison, in East Orange. Excuse me. First thing you do, if you're going into another town, you have an obligation to let them know you're coming, if possible. I came from a small town. You can get from West Colwell to Colwell in about 15 seconds doing 60 miles an hour, maybe less. You should notify that a pursuit is coming. That notification is not an invitation to jump on the bandwagon and now have 10 police officers chasing this car. It's a notification that a pursuit is coming, not an invitation to jump on board. So the town of Fairfield is chasing a car. The town of Clifton is chasing a car. They come through Wayne, they come through Fairfield. We know they're coming down Passaic Avenue. You know what West Colwell officers do? We go to our major intersections, we block them down. And it's a little bit like an Olay. There they go, and they're out of my town. I want the bad guy caught, but I also have to protect the people in my town to make it as safe as possible.
All right. This affects Newark in a lot of ways because a lot of these other smaller agencies, they will pursue for things that we will not pursue for, and they wind up here or in eastern Essex County in general. And a lot of times now what happens? You got a guy from Cranford or somewhere who is not from Newark and have never even been here before, and now he's chasing a car through Newark. He has no idea where he is. So that's how this affects it. I had one agency, which I will not name. I was working in the arena one night as a supervisor, and I had 18,000 people letting out of the arena. And an agency come flying up, chasing a car on Broad Street, right through Broad and Lafayette. They crashed at Broad and Lafayette. And I was fit to be tied. Thank God nobody got hurt.
I live in Newark, I see often multiple jurisdiction cops, state police,
Yes.
urban, Newark,
Yep.
hillside cops,
Yes,
way more than 2 cars all the time.
Yep. Yes. The thing is, we can't tell them, they're law enforcement just like we are. We can't tell them they're not allowed to. And if it's the state police, it's their jurisdiction also. But a lot of times, these other agencies, they are allowed to even cross state lines under certain circumstances pursuing which.
So I should never see more than 2 Newark police cars?
Not never, though. Not never.
There is an exception if the supervisor approves additional units, and there may be reasons why he may do that. There may be a car that is known to have 3 or 4 guns in the car. Well,
You're chasing a car that just shot at somebody,
Yeah.
it's gonna be more than 2 people.
Yeah. So there are those circumstances. The
And
general
that's,
rule is going to
and
be.
that's what would authorize a pursuit in Newark. It would have to be something that serious.
And that's where I mentioned before, the interjurisdictional pursuit. Back in the early 90s, Clifton had a lot of stolen cars, or adjacent to Route 3, Route 21, et cetera. They were chasing a lot of cars, and a lot of times they came through West Cornwall. Clifton's chasing all the time. Yeah, and they still do. And they maintain a pretty liberal approach to pursuits. And they'd be coming through Fairfield, and I know they're coming south on Passaic Avenue. They're coming into my town. We cover all intersections. We don't have that many. Right? We cover intersections, and there they go. All right? Them telling us or not telling us is not an invitation to jump on board. All right? If they crash, we'll help them in any way, shape, or form that we can. But we're not going to jump on board and join the caravan.
The biggest problem I have seen is sometimes you just don't know where they are. Yes. So they don't notify Newark because they don't even realize they're in Newark.
Yeah.
And you find out when somebody, an officer, sees them.
Well, if you're going by the Prudential Center, you know you're in
Oh
Newark.
my God.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
I know that
I was in
was
rare
the-
form.
yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know that.
You know how it looks when all those pedestrians are crossing the street?
yeah, it's
Oh my
like
God.
that.
It could have been like a terrorist attack.
It could have been. Chief, I mean, that would be suffice, would you say?
I'm sorry, what would be
The situation regarding Prudential Center, we just flew right by and crashed it on Border Market.
Yeah, if a pursuit's on the way towards the Prudential Center and they're coming up, Mulberry Street, 21, et cetera, that may be a circumstance, hypothetically, where you may be justified in taking that vehicle out. Cutting them off, surrounding them, et cetera. Because you don't want them to get up there.
Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock at night, there's a concert or hockey event letting out.
That's the thing. It's 11 o'clock on
Yeah.
Saturday night.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
coming right off the ramp.
Yep.
They're right on Broad Street, and you're going that fast at night.
Like
You're at the Prudential Center like that.
That may be a circumstance where that boxing in or heading off may be justified.
Okay.
Yeah. It said it's limited circumstances, and this is all being evaluated in seconds, and that's where the challenge is. You don't have time to pull out your pocket card and say, all right, what can I pursue for? What do I have to do? This is another agency pursuing. You either know it or you don't know it, and there's a lot of liability and a lot of responsibility on that police officer as well as the supervisor. But a situation like that would be a time where, again, hypothetically speaking, you may be justified in all hands on deck and stopping that vehicle however possible. Because we don't want them to get up to the Prudential Center. We don't want them to get to Broad Market.
One other time, an officer was at Broad Market, like we mentioned before with the horses. An officer was at Broad Market. The car made the right turn, from going north on Broad Street, made the right turn to go east on Market, and an officer got behind him and tried to stop him from making the right Broad Market. And they took off and made a right on Mulberry while an event was, people were entering here, turned down on Edison and got away, but like, oh my God. And they stop people all day long for making no turns at Broad Market.
Yeah.
You never know when somebody's just gonna do something like that.
Probably the biggest challenge on the interjurisdictional report, as the captain said, when West Cole was more active in motor vehicle pursuits. We'd get into Irvington, Orange, Bloomfield, Belleville, Newark. Once my guys got off the highway, they had no idea where they were. And that makes it very difficult. So the general rule was, if they get off the highway, take that as a direction to terminate that pursuit. If another agency picks it up, that's fine, right? But if you don't know where you're going, because you can't tell me where you're going because you have no idea where you are. How can people get somewhere to help you, or the car crashes and you're on foot somewhere, running down the street chasing someone? You have no idea where you are. I can't help you if you don't know where you are. I can't get there.
And that's the thing, that was literally, I just want to be clear, the example I just gave, that was literally an officer on foot that tried to pull over a car, but that caused the person to take off. Which is my point before, it's the person who can, initiate this violent, dangerous behavior.
All right, pursuit reporting. All right, the law requires that police officers who operate vehicles shall file a pursuit incident report. This is on every pursuit that's initiated. If a police officer initiates a pursuit and 30 seconds later his boss tells him break it off, he has to fill out a report. Right? You don't have to fill out a report just because you caught somebody. You don't have to fill out a report just because someone crashed or other tragic incident may have happened. Every pursuit that's initiated, you have to fill out a report. And that's actually a good thing, because if you have 30 pursuits and 29 of them you've broken off because the risk outweighed the reward, and one pursuit ends tragically, right? Look, to try to defend your city, your town, your officers, yourself, you want to try to show this is a pattern that we've done. We have stopped 29 pursuits because we felt that they weren't justified. One pursuit that we felt was justified, Yes, it ended tragically. Circumstances beyond our control. But we have to remember who initiated that pursuit. It wasn't the police. It was the suspect who refused to stop. They initiate the pursuit by taking off. It's important to document those pursuits. Now, some officers, they give you a little pushback because they're going to spend an hour writing a report for a pursuit that lasted 30 seconds. I get that. It's frustrating, but they have to do it. Right? Pursuit reports are required for every pursuit that's initiated.
I have a question on that. Is there any way to track, you mentioned earlier in the presentation that the officer has to make a split-second decision whether they're going to pursue or not to pursue. Is there any way to track officers who make the decision not to pursue? Like, do you know, like, out of such potential pursuits, this percentage actually became active pursuits?
Yes. The vast majority. See, everything is reported, and every marked car has in-car cameras. So for every pursuit, every month, just like for every use of force incident, it is reviewed in this room. The video is reviewed. And from that, it's, a couple things happen. They say, okay, everything was fine, the officer acted appropriately and decided not to pursue, which is the vast majority of the time. If a pursuit actually happened, we observe the entire pursuit and determine, were there any training issues, did anything not follow the policy, et cetera. So, and then also obviously disciplinary issues, right? Like if someone initiated a pursuit when they should not have, or should have broken it off, stopped pursuing earlier, all those kinds of things. And it's easy to tell because we know every pursuit that happens because you hear it on the radio. The officers' cars have AVLs, they have GPS in them, they have cameras in them. So it's not something that happens every day. So it is easy to review all of them. The volume isn't very great.
And to segue on what the captain said, all officers are required, all law enforcement agencies are required to prepare quarterly reports to the county prosecutor. And also last year, March of last year, just over a year ago, the Attorney General of this state issued a policy directive that established an early warning system. And the early warning system has to track certain officer behaviors that could be problematic. Right? And in the age of computers, that's much easier to do now than it was, I got hired in 1988. Back then, everything was paper. There were no computers. So you had a paper filing system. Now you can go into your CAD and your records management system and very quickly look at your agency pursuits, look at your arrests, summonses, whatever you want to look at is just at the touch of a finger. Right? We're putting certain things on the pursuit. Some of this area we touched on earlier on what's required, but location, time, direction of travel, when it was terminated, what the highest speed was achieved, weather conditions, because that plays into whether or not you allow a pursuit to continue. Right?
And stuff with the speeds and stuff, just to point out, on the in-car camera video, as we watch it, we can see all that.
Yeah.
We can see exactly how fast the car is going. We can see when he hits the brake. We can see all that stuff. It's right there.
What happened during the pursuit? Were there crashes, injuries, God forbid, fatalities? Obviously, whether or not the violator was apprehended, and what charges, if any, were assigned against the violator once he has been located. Right? That quarterly report that goes from individual agencies to the county prosecutor has this information: the number of pursuits, the number involving accidents, and if people were injured, the description of who was injured or killed. Is it police, violator, John Q. Public, third party, innocent bystanders? The number of violators who have been arrested, pursuits, incidents, including passengers, and any pursuits, obviously, if your agency utilizes tire deflation devices, which we know that are not represented here. All right? The department will, as the captain mentioned, do a formal review of all pursuit incidences. All right? I like to say this is a debriefing. What did we learn from that incident? What did we do good? What did we do bad? What should we do differently in the future? That level of debriefing is used as a training tool for your organization to maybe change policy, maybe change different things, equipment, communications, et cetera. All right? Those pursuits should be reviewed to make sure they've been in compliance with department policy.
And I mentioned before, the vast majority are situations where they do not pursue. The person takes off and they decide to terminate the pursuit. That gets reported and reviewed. A lot of officers don't like it, but that is also a performance indicator that's used. So if we see, if Jack and I work in the 5th precinct together on the same tour, but this year, I've pursued 10 cars. I've had 10 of these incidents, and him and everybody else has had 0. Then that lets us know, hey, wait a minute, what's going on with this guy? And a lot of times, those officers have A high number of indicators will have, like that, in that situation, will also be at risk of other things. There are oftentimes the folks who receive citizen complaints about attitude or demeanor and so on. And the, you know, a disproportionate amount of uses of force and things like that. So it's a good, like, early warning indicator for supervision.
Yeah, your unmarked cars, undercover cars wouldn't have those cameras.
No, and they're just, I mean, they typically wouldn't be involved. The highest incidence is with patrol.
Is there any distinctions made between pursuit vehicles that involve adults and ones that involve juveniles, or is that a decision? Is that something that's not really known?
You wouldn't know at the time. You can find out after the fact, obviously. And we know that's been an issue that folks have been concerned about, is young people. But cars going by you at 60 miles an hour, you know, you might not know the age until it's too late.
And if you did know the person, that falls into one of the criteria where you know them ahead of time, so
Exactly.
you don't really need to pursue.
Good point.
Right.
Good point. Yep.
All right, so you are reviewing to make sure that they're in compliance with your SOP. SOP stands for Standard Operating Procedure. I used SOP in West Caldwell. Newark may call it a general order. Someone else may call it a policy. Right? They're all very interchangeable terminologies. And lastly, pursuit should be reviewed to identify needs for training for an officer. Right? Things we can do different as an agency, and I talk about debriefing. What did we do good? What did we do bad? What should we do differently in the future? And it could be a global change policy for the agency, but it also could be individual officer may need training.
I'm sorry, a real quick question. Sure. I know that you said monthly, this is a review. Would there be a case in which, let's say there was a high publicity case that happened, or like the thing that you said happened near Prudential, that would trigger the review prior to the monthly review?
Yeah, if there were more police officers, yes, on the scene immediately, yes. Like, if there's an accident, even if no one's injured, absolutely, there's a full investigation immediately. And then it just builds from there.
Here's the reporting situation regarding it, it must be reported, right?
Yes.
Right. So hypothetically, we have a person who will stop, is interjurisdictional, and it's a situation regarding profiling. That stop will be filed and reported.
Yes.
Okay.
By the agency.
In charge.
Yes.
Yeah. By the
Which
agency
then
in
we
charge.
can't, we can't say they'll do anything other than the minimum required under this.
No, I know of certain instances regarding different task force, regarding Newark, Irvington,
Yes.
Northeast Orange,
Yes.
and some other law enforcement agencies where things did not go according to what was actually reported, so to speak, and it presented a problem, but they were able to be worked out.
Yes.
Yeah, they were able to be worked out. So just
I've seen
level heads.
Yeah,
coming together later.
I've seen them try it sometimes.
Yeah.
Our officers are under our authority. It doesn't matter if they're sitting in an East Orange police car, a Bluefield car, or an Irvington car. Oh, well, Irvington doesn't use body cameras, so if I'm with them in Irvington, I don't have to turn it on, right? No. Try it. Try it and see what happens.
You have to fall under your department's
Yes.
policies and rules and regulations.
I had a three questions, but
Sure.
we're going back a little. So on slide 13, we have authorization to pursue
Yes.
crimes first or second degree.
Yes.
That's a very big range.
Yes, it is. Yes.
How are officers trained to identify which crimes are the first or second degree? Because that could be theft, that could be money laundering.
Well, it could be, but theft is going to be, something over $75,000. A $200 theft is not going to meet that criteria. So that's incumbent upon police officers to have that understanding, and or their supervisors. The police officer may initiate a pursuit because the person just shoplifted, and they shoplifted, $5,000 worth of merchandise from the Short Hills Mall. And he may think, well, that's a theft charge. It's a big dollar amount. I know I can pursue. The supervisor is going to say, yes, it may be a big amount, but it doesn't meet that criteria to get to first or second degree. And theft charges are graded by the dollar amount involved. So a theft charge to get up to a second degree, which is first and second is the lowest, it's got to be close to $75,000 probably. So that's not going to happen for theft charges. So I know in my mind, basically any shoplifting I'm never chasing for. A theft, Could it be $100,000 theft from the Short Hills Mall? I guess it could be.
Well, it could be the car itself.
The car itself could be a $100,000 car.
I mean, I'm not even looking at this as an attorney, as a regular citizen, I don't want you doing a high-speed chase to get back a watch from Tiffany's.
And we're probably not going to. I don't know many circumstances that any agency would allow that.
So they are trained on distinguishing these.
Absolutely.
And just to clarify one thing for you, on the top of page 6 in the policy, it says no pursuit shall be conducted for receiving or possession of stolen property, including operating of vehicle reported stolen. So we've restricted that, again, back to stolen autos, that you can't, and again, I mean, I never say never with anything in life, whether it's policing or anything, you know, Yankees and Yankees. So, but I rarely have ever seen an incident where someone, it's either a stolen car and not a stolen item, but again, never say never. But in my 24 years, I start in July, I've never come across something like that. But again, I would never say never. But and again, we've minimized even stolen vehicles. You can't pursue it. So technically, even if it was a high-end car at $75,000, which would make that second-degree crime, it doesn't really. There's no stipulations.
There's a whole lot of weird secondary crimes.
Yeah.
They keep adding more.
So we don't have any stipulations for saying that here. They actually just put a blanket no on for stolen autos.
And there's a specific prohibition because the eluding in a manner that violates Chapter 4 of Title 39, the moving offenses, there's a specific line in here that alone doesn't justify.
Right, but that's also right underneath is no pursuit shall be conducted solely for the violation of eluding. A lot of times, those are the things that happen here, is that you have either A, a stolen auto, receiving a stolen property, you're chasing a stolen car, or B, you have a motor vehicle violation, a traffic light violation, or a stop sign that, you know, the guy or gal doesn't stop and he just keep it moving, and that turns into eluding. That's another no-no. You can't automatically say, well, he's eluding, now it's a crime, because it was really, the stop was initiated because it was a stop sign or a red light or whatever, motor vehicle violation, and the next thing you know, you're, well, I got to, maybe even a third-degree eluding, but we don't, that's not authorized here. So.
I had a similar question on the manufacturer, distribute, or dispense CPS. Like, how are they trained as to what level rises to chasing somebody for distribution?
That would have to be something that you know of beforehand. You wouldn't know about it. Like, in other words, I guess if it's a situation where there's a, like you said, a task force, and we know 75 pounds of cocaine are going to be delivered, then that would be the justification if the person doesn't stop for the pursuit. It's not something that, obviously it wouldn't be like, oh, I just saw the guy give him a dime bag or something. You know what I mean? Like.
And how is that training conducted with the officers? How is that explained to them? Pretty much just like.
Yeah, I mean it's most of our officers have almost daily experience with the CDS offenses.
But are they told like these are your parameters, or are they told to use common sense?
Well, they get the biannual training, and then the biannual training, you get notified, basically, like the chief said, it's incumbent upon officers and really supervisors to know, and you have to have personal knowledge, like the captain's saying, so we would have to know, I would have to know, I know what's in that car based on my somehow or another, I have personal knowledge to know that this guy just did some major drug deal, or he's got 75 pounds of coke in that car, and now I'm going to go start a pursuit. My supervisor is going to be like, well, wait a minute, for a CDS violation, negative, and you're going to have to get on the air and explain. They'll be advised, I have personal knowledge that there was, 75 pounds of coke in the trunk of that car.
I don't remember the last time we had an incident like that.
And that's how it goes, and, because supervisors are supposed to go on the air and ask, why are you pursuing that car?
Most of those larger level investigations, that's stuff that's pre-planned anyway. That's stuff that search warrants is, things like that. So unless something goes wrong, then they might get into that situation. But certainly if you know there's going to be a drop-off, you want to arrest them before they get in the car and drive away.
So is it safe to say that they're told for low-level deals? Just if somebody like you said,
That is
had
not
their demo.
authorized.
Okay.
That is not authorized.
And my last question was, slide 17, a clear
Which you
reason.
couldn't really even confirm in the moment. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it would really just be wandering. You don't know, like you see an object, or it could be absolutely nothing at all. You don't know that.
I've heard a lot of, in my experience, I knew it was, officers testify that way, so. And, the other one was, slide 17, a clear and unreasonable danger to the police.
Shoot.
officer or the public?
Could you send me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
How is that definition taught to officers? And how is clear and reasonable danger defined to them?
A little bit of common sense, a little bit of an understanding of what a dangerous situation is and is being presented. It's difficult because it is a very gray area on, what's common sense to me may not be common sense to my son, who's wicked smart, but he has no common sense. So there is that difference between how we interpret something and what is a dangerous situation. We try to, with our training experience, impart that to our young officers, the ones that are out on the street, and more likely to be involved in a pursuit. But it is certainly challenging and something that is ongoing as far as their training and experience. As they get more training and experience, things like that are going to be a little bit more recognizable than when they first come out of the academy. And that's why some agencies, if they hear a new officer, he's on the job a month, as soon as he says he's in a pursuit, they're probably going to break it off because he may not have that understanding of what a grave situation may really be.
It's life, and it involves like virtually every situation that you can possibly see on the street. And there isn't universal agreement. Like, I remember one time I was frustrated with another supervisor because it was his area. He allowed a pursuit to go on through the Iron Gap. And the minute they got onto 1 and 9, which is a divided highway, it has no cross streets, there's no cross traffic. Oh, break it off, break it off. Like, it made no sense to me. You just allowed this pursuit to continue. But like, he perceived the risk as being greater in that situation, and I perceived it as, well, why did you just let this go through the neighborhood? But you're not going to let it go on a highway with, that's divided with no cross streets, no pedestrians, etc. So it's not,
So in training, there's like no specific definition that's given to them. It's more about examples and.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, and that's where we would talk about a debriefing after a pursuit. All right, this is an example of what not to do. This is an example that didn't meet that criteria. So sometimes that debriefing has that added value of letting other officers know what is or what is not accepted. And that's why it's important to review those pursuits. And sometimes it'll be a formal review at the command staff level. Sometimes it'll be the sergeant, the first line supervisor, reviewing it with the men and women that he's working with, in addition to that more formal review by the agency.
And how often is this training, are they being updated on this training?
Mandated to get pursuit training twice a year.
Okay.
Plus, those who are involved, every incident is reviewed monthly.
Okay.
So the officers who are actually engaging in this activity, their incident is being reviewed monthly.
And the officer is the officer there when it's being reviewed, or are they then given feedback?
Yeah, after the fact.
Okay.
They get retrained if an issue comes up at the Risk Analysis Review Board. They can be retrained if there's,
Or
a
discipline.
violation, or discipline, depending on, if it was a low-level situation where, hey, you get retraining, or if it's a, significant violation, it'd be, some sort of discipline.
What about when it doesn't rise to the level of discipline or violation, but like you could have done this better, this could have been that
Retraining.
better? That's
Absolutely, and that's the
Okay.
most common thing.
okay.
So a lot of feedback is retraining. So then they're sent to the police training division, which used to be called the police academy, and they're given retraining specific to that incident and the issues identified.
So I would assume this is the case, but like you could look any police officer up and see how many indicators they violated, how
Oh,
many
yes.
warnings and trainings
Yep.
they received.
Absolutely.
And my last question, I promise. So let's say you review this. The officer did everything according to training, but you're like, this could be done differently. How often is that done?
Absolutely. That's a whole lot. I don't know if it's most of the time, but that's a whole lot. Because that's how it works with discretion, right? That you can see, yeah, technically you didn't violate this, but, was it really necessary? Could you have done something different? And people don't like that because they're doing this stuff in the heat of the moment and trying to do things usually as best they can. They don't like being second guessed by that, but that's like our responsibility to try and close those gaps.
Okay.
I have a quick question,
Yes.
follow-up. And this is, I don't know if this is subjective, but at what point, based on an officer's, history, at what point are retrainings considered a negative thing? Like, it's going to count against them during their review?
So even just as simple as, we saw this, recently at our review boards, and the officer was retrained, and now we see similar behavior again, now it's discipline.
Okay. Because retraining isn't necessarily a bad thing, and
It's
I
not,
don't
right.
know if it's seen by officers as a, oh man, had to get retrained, that's a problem, or
Sometimes,
Can that be
depending on
positive?
the officer, yeah, I mean, we try to
Everything,
make it
yeah.
positive, but.
And I worked in internal affairs on a couple different occasions. Anything you do above giving somebody accommodation as a cop
Right.
is viewed negatively.
Right.
That's just the nature of the beast. And, you know, even with the tracking, we have new tracking use of force, and we'll get into that later. It's like, they just assume it's all negative, when it's the way of the world now in policing. It's early warning systems are huge everywhere, and it's tracking, it's part of the game to understand what we're doing and what's going on. And the captain said it earlier, if someone's got 10, fake flags on something, and maybe nothing's wrong. Maybe this individual officer just is, gets involved with things just the way it falls. And he gets in these pursuits, or maybe pulls his weapon out. But it's something that you know now, or you need to know.
Yeah.
But everybody, cops just view that negatively. That's just the nature of this job.
I just
guess.
want
It's-
to mention something, Lieutenant, that years ago, it got to a point that in the narcotic area, I don't know what attorneys were telling the people that file a complaint against the officer for stealing. It got so pervasive and so nasty that they were just doing IOPs and IOPs. The officer said, "What is you had some good detectives that wouldn't want to work there anymore because they were entertaining that." And actually, that was a ploy by certain attorneys to try to get
their clients off.
try to get them
Garnish
off.
some favor.
And it was later discovered, but what happened? Nothing happened. The officers still had that on their file. And it was later discovered that was their guys. But now you got the officer going in front of a review board, and you got all these complaints, and they were all zero exonerated, but they're there.
And the same thing today, now the modern thing with that is the cameras. So most of the time when folks make citizen complaints and the video and the incident was recorded on the body camera, most of the time the officer is exonerated. However, it's still on their record,
Yeah.
and they hate that.
Yeah.
So why does it have to be? There's video, it proves it, da 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 da. And folks just don't understand that, okay, yes, you were exonerated from what was complained about, but still, like, now that the incident's brought to our attention, like, the whole thing has to be reviewed. And it's just the way it is. Like, there was an investigation, it's documented, yes, you were exonerated, but it's still on your record.
Yeah.
And yes.
And then the cameras are the great equalizer in a lot of ways now, because you're getting more exonerations. To exonerate in an IA
Has
complaint,
built support for it from the
Right.
cops. Cops immediately,
Yeah.
in the beginning, they hated this stuff. Now they like it.
Right.
Thank God.
and
turn the
to
corner.
get to the level of exoneration means you have to really prove that he did everything or she did everything
Right.
completely proper,
So
justified, legal,
you have to
lawful.
investigate it.
Right, whereas before, or they did it the wrong way, right? So it's a great equalizer, because before, a lot fall into that not sustained category.
Yes.
Which is other disposition, where we just don't really know.
We don't know one way or the other.
And we're not saying the cop was right, and we're not saying he's wrong, because we have a he said, she said, and we don't have any equalizing. Those cameras are equalizing it now.
Yeah.
You know, and exonerations are going up, and some charges are going up.
And in those situations where we just don't know one way or the other, because
Right.
he said, she said, there was no footage, folks feel like, well, that's the police just, sticking up for their own side. And the reality is, you just don't know one way or the other.
Right.
So now having the cameras to, cut down on the number of incidents
Right.
that are not sustained, it puts it one way or the other. Either the complaint was sustained or it's exonerated.
Right.
I think 2 years ago, you could just throw out the number, and if I was wrong, when we had our training, I believe you said 23% at the time had body cameras.
Oh, no, that I don't remember ever saying, but.
Well, it was
but
some
it's
that,
certainly
it wasn't
growing.
everybody.
Right, yeah.
So I'm just wondering, where are we now?
They
By
started in the fifth,
December,
right? Yeah.
by the end of December, all 7 precincts, everyone in all 7 precincts have them. As of yesterday, I think it's 978. But the other folks that aren't in uniform patrol don't wear them unless they have to go out into the field, in uniform on patrol. Like the folks who work in this building would wear it unless they, went out on the street in uniform on patrol. But by the end of December, every uniformed police officer in the city.
And there are a lot, and coming from a small department, there are a lot of officers that once they have the camera, it's certainly an adjustment for them. Once they have it, they don't want to work without it. Because it really.
Right.
There was an article this week, and I've been hearing this stuff because I follow all this stuff. There's an article this week from a study that got published from George Mason University that basically says, you know, body cameras didn't do for policing what we thought they would. Which, you know, I could have told them before they looked at it, because most of the time what's happening, unlike what's happening in Newark, is, you know, after Ferguson, the federal government, you know, threw all this money at police departments. They threw all these grants. They said, here, if you want to buy body cameras, go get them. So people did, because the federal government's giving money away and it sounds good. It's something they can put in the paper and everybody says, yay, they have body cameras. But if there isn't a structure in place to review what's going on, the body cameras are just going to record bad activity and nobody's going to be held accountable. And what we have here, because of the consent decree, is every incident where, you know, stops, searches, and arrests, they're being reviewed. Every arrest where the contraband is recovered has to be reviewed prior to the charges being approved. You know, I have people that work for me that every day all they do is watch videos, and they're watching. Now here's the best part. This is where it becomes effective. They're watching the videos that all the supervisors throughout the city watched the day before and reported on. So now my people check what the supervisors check to ensure that what they wrote in their reports about the video review are accurate. Yeah. So because you have that structure, that's what gives cameras teeth. But simply just having them in police departments, it doesn't change behavior unless there's some follow-up. You know.
Unless there's an agreement.
And that's what this, right.
Yeah.
And that one thing,
Yeah.
you know.
I guess I,
Chief, I'm sorry.
no, that was going to be my question. Do you find that officers change their behavior because they're not wearing body cameras? Not all of them, but
Yeah,
some.
there's different things, and it's complicated because there's more than one thing going on here. The biggest thing that people don't like me in this police department is because everybody says, well, there's, you know, they're not stopping as many people as they used to. They're not policing enough as they used to. And it's a complicated problem here because it's not just the body cameras. We have all these other things going on with the consent decree. So the reality is there's just more documentation now of stuff. So if you see a car, and typically in the past where the officer might decide, there's a car with a taillight out or something, I'll just stop them real quick, give them a warning, see what's going on, everything's cool, give them a warning, whatever. The officer sees that, it's towards the end of their shift. Now they have to report everything. They have to file a written report when they do the stop, even if it's just a warning. They have to get all that information. They have to, obviously it's recorded, but then after it's recorded, they have to classify the video. So now it's like added work that, this is what I'm hearing from people. It's not because of the camera itself. It's sometimes they're just deciding this is just too much stuff to do, and it's just not worth it in this situation. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
And initially but the narrative had been that, oh, they're afraid, they don't want to do things because they don't want it reported, which I think was the truth in the beginning. But now that officers have seen that most of the time, officers are getting exonerated from complaints that were frivolous or just not true because maybe somebody got a speeding ticket and they were just upset about it. You can review the video. You can review the in-car camera video. You can review the body camera video, and you can tell from the situation. That has bolstered support for it. But collectively, it's like all this different stuff going on. It does have some effect on what's happening. And then there's all the traditional things. You know how hard it was always to get a PA. A PA is, you have to call the radio room and get an event number. It's for every action that you take, which it just takes time to do that. So now you can't file the report, you can't classify your video, or do any of these things unless you have a PA for everything. So it's just kind of like, it's like the whole system, it's just more stuff to do now in the same amount of time.
Now, the question that you posed, I've been thinking about that. And did it change the behavior patterns of the officer? You know how hard it is to get rid of a habit?
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible. You are you, and you're not going to change, even if you put a body camera. At the first week, you'll change a bit, you'll stand up straighter. But after a while, you will flow into it back to the person that you are. So the officer at the beginning, absolutely. At first, it's like something foreign, it's new. But then after a week or so, they're comfortable, they're back to the same. You're not going to change their behavior patterns. That's not going to change it. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, I from what I'm listening, at the end of the day, the community wanted the cameras because the officers were no good, they were doing this, but now the tables have turned. In actuality, you found that the officers weren't doing the right thing, and now the community don't want the cameras because it's exposing them. Now it's putting them in the light. And that's
I don't know
what-
if I say that though.
Listen to what I'm telling you, because I'm out in the community
It's a
all day
balance,
long.
everything, I think,
I'm out here
Sometimes, I
all
mean,
day
it's not-
long.
you know.
It has happened that, you know,
Yeah.
someone will be stopped and they'll start, you know, saying all kinds of names of
Yeah.
political officials.
Yeah.
Excuse me, ma'am or sir, you're being recorded.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly, yeah.
it balances that kind of thing out. But I agree completely that initially, yes, and then I think the situation that we had before we got this fully to the level that it's at now is there was no follow-up on what the supervisors were doing. So if we weren't checking to make sure that they were checking and correcting things, and it's not about just every last thing has to be disciplined, but it is about if the supervisor sees something that could have been done better or, you know, shows a training issue, there has to be follow-up. Otherwise, the behavior isn't going to change because nobody's watching. We saw that whole thing with NJ.com, with all over the whole state of New Jersey with the use of force reporting. And we wonder, why is it a mess? Because nobody was watching for 20 years. That's why nothing changed.
Well, more than that, Brian.
Yeah.
They wasn't watching for way more than 20 years. And you're right on some instances, just like everybody here at the table. You have a certain segment of any organization, whether it be a company or whether it be a organization or some kind of agency, where you're going to have a small segment that's going to be non-compliant, I would say. All right,
Doesn't matter
so-
what line of work we're in.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter what line of work we're in, which is our board here just seeks fairness. So, my question is, okay, so we have all these attorney general vehicular pursuit policy and stuff like that. In this instance, if an officer violates a situation where he's actually told not to actually engage, all right, not to actually apprehend, and there is an incident where people are hurt,
That's criminal.
what happens?
Yeah, he could face criminal charges, certainly disciplinary charges, possible termination, criminal charges as well. I mean, when you go above and beyond the guidelines and you're now going rogue and you were told to stop and you didn't, or you didn't have the authorization to pursue to begin with, and you go outside the scope, you could be held personally liable, criminally, civilly, certainly lose your job, but you run the gamut of that risk by exceeding what the guidelines allow. Whether you disregarded your supervisor, you didn't follow the rules and guidelines in place, and there have been police officers that have been charged criminally and certainly lost their job. I mean, at that point, you know, losing your job is fairly minor as opposed to going to jail.
Yeah.
You know, there was an article years ago where 2 Bloomfield police officers were involved in a situation. They went to jail, not so much for the action that they did, but for lying about it, for their reports not reflecting what actually happened, and video went against them. Like I tell my kids growing up, the cover-up is worse than the crime.
Yeah.
You know, those Bloomfield guys, in my opinion, very likely would have lost their job for doing what they did. But then lying about it brought it from here to there,
Yeah.
and now they're in jail. Now, so police officers can be held criminally liable for violating these rules.
Right. The reason I ask is because I know of many instances, and we get calls at our office regarding our ordinance, because it's pretty much something that a lot of municipalities or communities or jurisdictions want to actually embrace. So this board is looking forward to actually doing what we need to do to put the best product forward, in conjunction and working with the North Police Department. All right, so just want to be clear on a situation where somebody actually violates a situation where they're told not to, and they engage, people are hurt, which sometimes can lead to, okay, so hypothetically, I'm driving with you parallel, and you see me, and I say, oh, you know, what you looking at, MF? And you get ticked off, and then you follow me, and we're going through the city, and then, you know, I'm black, you're white, and you shoot me. Bigger problem, all right? The cover up, you gotta find them at a lie, which will bring it up to here.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, so that's.
Police officers are not immune from being prosecuted criminally or going to jail, as we know.
Okay. All right.
Even with the reviews, the accountability, the cameras, everybody knows there's cameras on, they know there's accountability being held, it's still not on.
That video we watched from Baltimore, that young man, his parents probably would have been justified in filing an assault charge against that officer.
Yeah.
I don't think he had any grounds to grab that kid and throw him on the ground. Would he have gone to jail for that assault charge? Probably not. Should he lose his job for the way he handled himself? Absolutely. And I'm glad he did. That puts a stain on all of us.
That's why I asked you about the, what's his, during this time, the time of the consent decree presently.
Yeah, no, it was prior to that.
Yes, prior to that.
Yep.
Because I do have a person who's a friend of ours, and he's actually on the actual consent
Okay.
decree review board for Baltimore. And as you already know, Baltimore has had numerous police chiefs
Yep.
Yeah.
coming and going
Yep.
and stuff like that, so it's really hard for them to actually have that,
Yeah.
what you mentioned, structure.
There's no consistency there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's a problem
That's a
with,
problem.
but we don't want that here.
No?
No, we don't want that here, so we're actually, fortunate that everything is going according to plan.
Consistency is important.
Yeah, it is,
Certainly.
all right.
You want to take 5 minutes, get coffee, hit the restroom, and then come back? Okay, we'll get started now. We're going to move on to another Attorney General guideline. It is domestic violence. All right, again, another one of those areas where a lot of split-second decisions are made. The domestic violence policy with all the addendums and the sample forms, et cetera. You have one, yes?
I had the outline, but not the policy.
Oh, did you?
I didn't bring the policy for domestic. It's an older policy. It's been around for a while. We could get it. I mean, I can get you guys copies of it. It's not a problem.
Okay.
Again, it's in like conservation of trees sometimes.
I can email it.
Yeah, okay.
It's better that way anyway. That was easier to bring.
So on the domestic violence policy, and this is another one of those areas that is difficult to grasp in a sense because the policy put out by the Attorney General with all the addendums and sample forms, et cetera, totals about 400 pages. So it is a lot to digest in addition to everything else. And we mentioned before, the question about, well, how do the officers know, what's the first and second degree crime? A lot of it is training and experience. A lot of it is getting this type of training at minimum twice a year. Sometimes they get it more, but at minimum they're going to get it twice a year. Same with domestic violence. But the policy with all the addendums is 400 pages. So it is a lot. On the plus side, the domestic violence policy, of the three that we want to go over today, pursuit, domestic, and use of force, has probably had the least amount of overall changes. The core domestic violence policy has been around since 1991. There have been some additions as far as offenses that are included in the domestic violence policy, but going with the basic definition, it's the occurrence of any one of 18 crimes of the Domestic Violence Act against a person who's protected under the PDVA, which they refer to as the Prevention of Domestic Violence Act of 1991. Again, there have been some modifications to it, but the core policy has been around for 29 or so years. Mentioned 18 crimes. So there's a list of crimes that are included. If circumstances are such between people involved in a relationship and one of these crimes has occurred, it is going to be considered a domestic violence call. And I'll tell you, from a law enforcement officer perspective, probably one of the most difficult types of calls to go on. Because in most circumstances, you're going into people's homes and you're there under not the best of circumstances. It's a heated argument, it's a fight, it's a pushing and shoving match, it's ex-relationships that have reared their ugly head, and we've sometimes been involved in them, we've seen them, we know someone that's been involved in them, and I'll tell you that the worst type of call for a law enforcement officer to go on, just in my opinion, is a call of domestic violence because of the nature of it. I'm home, I'm with my wife, we have an argument, it gets heated, there's some yelling and screaming, a neighbor hears, and they call the police. The last person I want to see walk in the door is someone who I don't know, who's now going to tell me what I did or what I didn't do wrong, what I should or what I should not be doing. We like to be king of our castle, and I don't want someone else coming into my castle and telling me now, what to do. And it is very difficult to go in there as a stranger and deal with a domestic violence situation. But if any one of these offenses have occurred, it is now an act of domestic violence. Obviously, we have some very serious offenses: homicide, sexual assault, criminal sexual contact, lewdness, kidnapping, false imprisonment, burglary, criminal trespassing, stalking, criminal mischief, criminal restraint, assault, terroristic threats, criminal coercion, robbery, and contempt of a domestic violence order. 3 of these were added within the last couple of years, right? For a period of 25 years or so, there were 14 crimes of domestic violence. I probably learned them early in my career, and I studied them even more so for promotional exam, because it used to be a test question. Tell me what the 14 crimes are of domestic violence. But now it's 18. Recent ones that were added: criminal coercion, robbery, and contempt of a domestic violence order are the first 3 that were added, in addition to also added was a catch-all provision, any crime involving risk of death or serious bodily injury to a person who's protected under the PDVA, as I said, also referred to as the Prevention of Domestic Violence Act. Right? Who can be a victim? All right? Who can be a victim under domestic violence is, again, one of those things that an officer has to know going in, because there's very little time to pull out a quick reference sheet and say, is this person a victim, not a victim? And I'm going to give you an example in a little while. I won't mention names, certainly because I'm recording, not that I would anyway, of a person who I had to arrest, which was at my wedding, in an act of domestic violence. I'm going to tell you why I had to arrest him. A person who's 18 years of age or older can be a victim. Someone who's an emancipated minor, and in a slide or two I will define what is an emancipated minor. All right? So you're 18 or older or an emancipated minor, and you've been subjected to an act of domestic violence, okay? One of the offenses that we just mentioned, by a spouse, a former spouse, a current or former household member, okay? Household member gets very problematic. Household member at any time. Right? Two people were in a dating relationship that broke up 5 years ago. They run into each other. A pushing and shoving match occurs. There's an assault. An assault is one of those crimes. Right? To the letter of the law, they used to be household members, dating relationship. But now it's 5 years later. And this is something that police officers still wrestle with today. Is there enough gap to say, well, maybe it's not a domestic violence anymore? I still have an assault. Obviously, it's an assault. Someone punched somebody else, okay. But is it domestic violence? Very problematic for police officers, because household member anytime? I mean, college roommates 20 years ago see each other at the 20-year reunion of their fraternity. They get into a fight. One of them says, well, this is considered a domestic violence. And I say, no, it's not. You're two adults. It's an assault. It's a fight. We used to live together. When did you live together? We were roommates in college. To the letter of the law, you can make an argument that that is a case of domestic violence. More paperwork, more protections, more follow-up. Okay? Police officers wrestle with that every day. It is a problematic issue that is, I don't know that it'll ever be addressed, because they were roommates at one point, even though they're not roommates now. And that key word, anytime, right? They can be a victim of domestic violence. Who else can be a victim? Right? Any person, regardless of age, they have a child in common. Right? I may have been in a dating relationship with someone in college. We have a child in common. It's now 20 years later. We don't live together. We're not married, but we have a child in common. One of those parties could be a victim. They anticipate having a child in common. The woman is pregnant. Right? She could be a victim of domestic violence because she's anticipating having a child in common. Have or have had a dating relationship. Okay? The defendant must be 18 years of age or older, or be an emancipated minor, and I'll define an emancipated minor in a moment. Okay? Who can be considered an emancipated minor? Okay? If you're married, right, at any age, you're considered an emancipated minor. You've entered the military service, you're considered an emancipated minor. You have a child or are pregnant. If you are 17 years old and you have a child, you are now an emancipated minor. Okay? The male becomes emancipated when his child is born. The female becomes emancipated when she has conceived. Okay? And you're also an emancipated minor when declared by the court. Okay? So marriage, military, child, or by the court. Any one of those circumstances can make you an emancipated minor. So a victim of domestic violence can be any age, right, as long as these circumstances exist. Right? Mandatory arrest. This is one of the easiest areas for law enforcement when it comes to domestic violence. Any one of these circumstances are present, law enforcement officers at that scene are required to make an arrest. And I will tell you, that makes it, in my opinion, very easy for law enforcement, because I don't have to worry about discretion. I don't have to worry about talking to my partner, what should we do, what should we not do? It's clear one of these circumstances exists, there has to be an arrest. Victim exhibits visible sign of injury, bleeding from the mouth, redness about the face from being slapped, or certainly other serious injury. Someone has violated a court order. There is an existing court order, a TRO, which stands for temporary restraining order, or a final restraining order. Someone's violated a court order, someone is going to be arrested. Someone has a warrant out for their arrest. They have to be arrested. Or I have probable cause and reason to believe that a weapon was involved in the use of the domestic violence. You may not be hurt, but the person has a lawfully owned gun that they threatened you with. Right? A gun is now involved. That is a mandatory arrest situation. So I talk about some of the most difficult situations that you deal with as a police officer are areas of domestic violence. And again, I came from a small town with about 12,000 residents. 1999, I made sergeant. June of 1999, I get promoted to sergeant, June 15th. About a month later, we get a call about a domestic violence call at 123 ABC Street. I recognize the address. Why do I recognize the address? Because I know the people that live there. Husband, wife in an argument. One of the parties may be injured. Worst type of call to go on. Domestic's bad to go on to begin with, and now I know the people that live in that house. I don't know who's involved yet, but I know the address. I'm cringing, but I have to go. I have a responsibility. The men and women I work with, we're going. We get there. The husband comes out of the house, he lifts up his shirt, says a few words, and shows me a laceration across the stomach, a little bit of bleeding. I said, I'll call him Mike. Mike, what happened? Michelle stabbed me, his wife. He's bleeding. He has a visible sign of injury. Parties are separated. First aid squad comes, treats his injury, refuses to go to the hospital. So I huddle up with my coworkers. One of them I went to the academy with. What are we going to do? The law says we have to arrest the person who inflicted the injury. We know these people. We know they have their ups and downs like we all do. So I say to myself, well, we have two choices. We can enforce the law and arrest that person because it is a visible sign of injury, or we can sweep it under the rug and put my life, my family's life, my financial security in the hands of two people that are having a bad day. That was a very easy decision for me. Sorry about your luck, Michelle. We have to take you into custody. Right? By the time we get to court, they calm down. The assault charge was dismissed. I was not liable because I was following the law and arrested someone that should have been arrested. But one of the most difficult days of my career was having to arrest somebody, but I wasn't going to risk my family's financial security and stability for the rest of my life because someone else is having a bad day. I just can't do it. So when someone says that they didn't want to do something because they knew so-and-so, I think in the back of my mind, I arrested someone that went to my wedding in 1992. Someone who also went to my second marriage wedding in 2015. And I arrested them in 1999. It was business. It wasn't personal. I didn't embarrass her.
I guess you want to have a good relationship, don't go to a wedding. That's the moral
I guess, yeah. Don't come to my first or second wedding and we're not going to have a problem. But it was business. It wasn't personal. Now, granted, could she hate me forever? Maybe she harbors a little bit of animosity. But I didn't create those circumstances. You know, I responded to a call, and I felt I had an obligation to do that. It was not easy. I treated her with respect, like I do everyone in my life, but certainly not easy. But a police officer has that obligation to make that arrest. And I will tell you that it is a great tool to have because we've all been there and we've had our moments where we get a little heated, a little excited. That arrest allowed for a cooling off period. Sometimes circumstances don't justify an arrest. We try to talk to one party or another and say, is there somewhere else you can stay tonight? It hasn't justified to an arrest. So I can't physically remove someone because I haven't met this criteria. But I can talk to the husband, the wife, the girlfriend, the boyfriend, whatever the case may be, and say, is there somewhere else you can go tonight? Have a cooling off period. You know, we'll be better the next day. I say this to my wife. She's arguing with her mother via text messaging, right? And there's no emotion in the text. And I say, just wait till tomorrow morning. You may not be as mad at your mother in the morning, or she may not be as mad at you in the morning. Just take a few moments. Sometimes a mandatory arrest provides that cooling off period. The arrest gives us the ability to give them that cooling off period, whether they like it or not. Sometimes it doesn't meet that criteria, right, and they leave on their own, but the cooling off period is important because emotions run hot and we get excited, and sometimes we regret doing things the next day. But mandatory arrest, any one of these circumstances exist, an arrest is mandatory. Right? So what is exhibiting a visible sign of injury? Well, the one I had was very clear cut. Lifts up his shirt and said, my wife Michelle stabbed me, has a laceration. Okay? But any indication that the victim has suffered injury, physical pain, or impairment, it could be swelling of the face. She could say, he punched me in the stomach. There's no visible sign of injury, but clearly she's doubled over in pain, or he's doubled over in pain. All right? I have to use my training and experience to determine, is she really hurt? Is he really hurt, or are they faking it? I know people that use the police as a tool to be the bad guy against their husband, against their wife. They use the system, they game the system. And that's very frustrating. People that know domestic violence laws and they want to go after their ex-boyfriend or their ex-girlfriend or their husband or their wife, whatever the case may be, and we get there and say, oh, he slapped me in the face. And I look and say, well, there's no sign of injury. Well, he slapped me anyway. You have to make an arrest. It's mandatory. And I look and I try to evaluate. Because believe me, if I could have a cooling off period, that's what I want. Because the situation that I gave you, if we didn't make that arrest, we probably would have been back there later. And what would have happened if we went back there and my one friend killed the other friend. That's a problem. Sir?
So you said that sometimes the intervention is to say, rather than an arrest, you got somewhere to stay for the night.
Sometimes that's justified.
Yeah.
So, because I've seen situations
Yep.
where that happened, where
Yep.
and targeted, like you said,
Yep.
where the wife calls
Yep.
because there's an argument,
Yep.
Yep.
and the police arrive, and the wife is really the abuser,
Sometimes, yeah.
and
Yep.
but the husband is the one who's had to leave the home. So can the police make the husband or make a determination which one has to leave the home, or should that person have been arrested?
Well, we try to encourage them to have a cooling off period. Sometimes circumstances will dictate who leaves, who stays. If the mother in this particular circumstance is the primary caregiver to children, we may encourage the husband, is there a place you can go tonight? Right? If there are no children, or the husband is a primary caregiver and maybe the wife is not, we'll try to encourage her, because we don't want to disrupt the children any more so than they've already disrupted the fact that 2 or 3 police officers just walked in the front door. So we will do our best to try to encourage that cooling off period.
So if me and my wife are fighting,
Yep.
she call the police or I call the police, and the police arrive,
Yep.
and the police says, "Sir, you have somewhere to stay tonight," and I refuse to go, and she refuses to go, is that when an arrest is?
No.
Would you just have to leave us there refusing to go?
We say, ma'am, are you comfortable staying in here with him? Sir, are you comfortable here staying with them? Because if they say they're not comfortable, well, then maybe you should be the one to leave if the other party's refusing to leave. But unless one of these circumstances exists, or we find another reason, maybe you assault me, you get in my face and say, get out of my house and push me. Well, now as a police officer, I have a right to arrest you because you just assaulted me. That allows for us to have that cooling off period.
Well,
And there may be, if I may, there may be a domestic violence incident that is not a mandatory arrest underlying. So then you can use that. If you have no other option, and it's just like, for example, it's harassment. That's covered under the domestic violence statutes, but the person who is causing the harassment is just refusing, but you have probable cause clearly to make the arrest. So instead of just filing a report, if you believe that that's the safest way to resolve this, you are still able to make an arrest.
The problem occurs when it's a verbal dispute between husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever the case is. And we get there, and there's no offenses. There's no harassment. There's no assault. It's some yelling and screaming at each other. I called you names. You called me names. Stop spending money. Stop doing this. You work too much, etc. It's just verbal. There's no crime in a verbal argument. None of the mandatory arrest situations have occurred. None of the crimes have occurred that justify an arrest. We're peacekeepers. We're trying to calm things down, and we try to encourage a cooling off period. Now, I've had arguments with my wife. I go upstairs in a spare bedroom, I turn on the TV, I go to sleep. Other people may not be able to do that. When the police leave, they escalate. I can't believe you called the police, you did this. So we try our best to defuse the situation. We are peacemakers to the best of our ability, but we ask both parties, if we leave, are you okay staying here? If one of them say they're not okay staying there, then maybe they're the ones that are gonna have to make temporary arrangements.
so there's no law or rule that proposes that the man has to be the one to leave?
No, even though it feels that way in a lot of situations, people feel like that's the way it is. But sometimes, depending on the dynamics of the situation, it's like, listen, you know better than me.
What happens when there's 2 men or 2 women?
It's, the same.
It doesn't change the dynamics of
It's the same
what we're
idea.
doing. That situation, the woman that I
Who's
arrested,
the aggressor, who's more excited, like those kind of things.
we try to determine, and there will be a slide, to determine who the more aggressive party is. Sometimes a woman who's 5 foot and a guy that's 6'5", first impression is going to be that the 6'5" guy may be the more aggressive party, but we know that's not always true. The woman that I arrested in that situation I told you about, she called the police. Yet, who did we arrest? We arrested her. Right? To us, it doesn't matter who calls.
Right.
That weighs into our evaluation, but he had a visible sign of injury. She had to be arrested.
I had a question about that too. About the exhibiting injury, does that have to be corroborated by how are officers trained when the victim is denying injury or when it's obviously visible to you? Like you see somebody got punched in the face. And
She can deny all she wants. If we see a visible injury, the other person's gone. And a lot of times they don't want the other person arrested. They think it's going to make the situation worse. And then we're the bad guy to both people. We're the bad guy for this hypothetical example, we're the bad guy to the wife because we're arresting her husband. and then we're the bad guy to him because he's being arrested. And all we're trying to do is just maintain the peace.
So I'm thinking more situations, not so much where somebody's like, yeah, he hit me, but don't arrest him. But it's more kind of like, no, I'm fine. Like, no, I don't have a black eye. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if we see it, that's where the word exhibits,
You don't have to cooperate at all.
yep,
We make the arrest.
with or without your blessing. And that makes us a bad guy to now 2 people in the room, which where I said makes domestic violence calls some of the more difficult ones that we have to go through.
And it's still other things going on also. If you're there and, there might be some redness showing that could be construed as a sign, but it may or may not. But then also, what do you see around you? The house is tore up. There's, the photo frames are smashed and stuff like that. Obviously, there's a potentially violent situation here.
And we don't want to go back because if we go back, it's usually going to be to a much higher level. So that's why we try it the first time to defuse it and try to get people to cooperate. And a lot of times that's encouraging one of them to leave.
Well, that's my question, and I know this is the outlier. Same kind of, I don't know how often this is reviewed. I'm sure it's not the same as pursuits. So, one of my secret things, I actually really like watching live PD. Don't ask me why, I love that show. And I've seen it a lot of times where it's exactly what you're talking about. To the letter of the law, they cannot do anything but suggest that one person leaves. Neither one has a place to go. I can't afford a hotel room. And the officer's done all they can. And of course they leave, and then of course they get another call on the radio, and it's now 10 times worse.
Yep.
Clearly, and 90% of the time alcohol is involved, so now they've continued drinking.
It wasn't my situation.
And it's gotten a lot worse.
Not me personally, my arrest situation.
I understand.
Yeah, it was.
Understanding like the way you mentioned how reviewing has helped the pursuit issue. What happens? How is the retraining? Because it just seems like so many times, both parties are drunk. There's all this issue. No one has anywhere to go, or both are refusing to leave.
Right.
Whether they feel comfortable staying or not staying, there's nothing. I mean, you don't have hotel
Yes.
room budgets
Right.
to take people out.
Right.
Yeah.
What do officers do with that?
There's levels of review that happen on the investigative side, like so special victims would review every domestic violence incident. And then there's a Newark police officer assigned to the domestic violence section at the family court, like to refer services and stuff like that, like in terms of following up in the future. But the one thing I would say is New Jersey's statutes, I would suggest, provide a lot more ability for the police to intervene with an arrest than what you would see in some of these other situations.
Okay.
Yes, it's possible that it's just a verbal argument, but even like what I mentioned before, like criminal mischief is covered in this.
Okay.
So yes, it's not a mandatory arrest situation, but clearly it is a domestic violence offense. So if we're not able to resolve things, okay, you broke this, you're under arrest for criminal mischief, domestic violence. And just because the goal is just to intervene before it escalates.
Right.
Because we don't want a repeat call, or obviously if there is a repeat call, chances are it will be much worse.
Yep.
Someone will be injured, or God forbid, even worse than that. Domestic violence are given reports of domestic violence in progress in Newark are given the same priority as a shooting or an armed robbery in progress. It's that high. And there's a whole lot of them, but it's the goal is to try and interrupt the cycle.
Okay. No, I totally understand. I just didn't know. It just seemed like as an officer there would be frustration. I get that you're getting the people. I get it happens in the same groups. I get all that. Or same couples, same calls.
Yep.
You know the problem players. You know the issues. But I'm just talking in terms of like the letter of what you're allowed to do. I could only imagine that's very frustrating. Okay, I can't do anything, but that gut is telling me this is going to get worse later.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know what tools you had. So, and again, you're right, I'm looking at other jurisdictions. I don't know what Newark.
These statutes provide a lot of leeway. And the officers have immunity when making an arrest under domestic violence in New Jersey. So even if you were technically wrong when making an arrest, you're
Which is why even, I would say a lot of times, more often than not, you'll see, even if it's not mandatory, you still see arrests. There's kind of an arrest.
It provides a cooling off period.
And again, we work in a second guessing business, and just like the captain talked about, a lot of times it's worse the second time. So if you have a crime committed with a domestic and you don't make the arrest, you just do a report, and later on you go there, and God forbid he or she is seriously injured, they're coming down on you to say, why did you do that? Well, it wasn't mandatory, sir.
And that, I think part of the reason I asked the question was because it's a very clear for vehicle pursuits, the process to review and try to make better. And if we don't have that for domestic violence, there's nothing put in place to say, okay, here's the gray area, let's look at this some more. I just wondered, how is that improving, or is there a mechanism to improve?
A lot of it goes through the courts, where the courts will assign people to various anger management and social services and different crisis. I don't think the police department, we do with the domestic violence response team, but like the follow-up is more through the county.
The city has done a lot in recent years with the Shani Baraka Center,
Yes.
putting the North Police detectives that investigate domestic violence there. The services are right there. It's been more geared towards providing that follow-up for
Social
victims
service.
who are not, like, probably the majority of them are not pursuing the criminal incident after the fact.
Right. Okay. So it's a little more of a gray area, and I know these are so complicated, but I was wondering what's in place similar. So it's usually set to almost how many services are out there. It's not anything really in terms of follow-up that police officers can do.
And the other challenge is now the victim doesn't want to cooperate. The victim doesn't want to come down to Shani Baraka Center. She doesn't want to talk to the detective. She doesn't want to pursue the criminal case. And those are the things. Then when we're using the leeway that we have to perhaps make an arrest that's not mandatory because it's criminal mischief, it's harassment, what have you, that resolves the situation in the moment, but it doesn't fix the problem. The victim didn't want, the victim didn't want their husband or their murderer arrested in the first place.
Are officers trained to not be dissuaded by that? By the fact that this is probably not going to go anywhere? Is that something that's addressed in training? Because I could see an officer going like, oh, this isn't going to go anywhere, why bother arresting? Where in my opinion, the arrest would be a deterrent.
If they're obligated to make an arrest, they have to make an arrest and would be disciplined for not making an arrest. Or if it's a discretionary arrest, which we'll talk about, and they don't make an arrest and go back, it'll be evaluated to determine, well, you could have made an arrest on the first visit, why didn't you? And now as a result, this happened.
I would just say a lot of that comes into experience too when you go to an assignment. In fact, our policy, and another reason I make a policy here, and I'll put it on, I'll send it to you on this, I'll say is, most of our policy mimics this policy to the letter, except there's a little one, and one thing I'm going to talk about is any domestic a supervisor has to go to if there's a recode. If there's going to be no arrest or report, it's going to be recorded to a family trouble, the supervisor gets dispatched. And that's where that experience comes in.
The presumption is, in every domestic violence call we receive, the presumption is that we will make an arrest. And the only way the officer can close that assignment out and go back into service and not make an arrest is to call a supervisor to the scene.
So it's immediate.
Excellent.
It's immediate, like,
Yeah.
so before they leave the supervisor.
If there's a report of domestic violence in progress, like I said, it's what we call a 7 code. It's the same priority as a shooting in progress, a murder in progress. And the only way the officer can leave the scene without making an arrest is to call a supervisor to the scene to determine that there aren't circumstances for an arrest.
And I had to overturn one about a year and a half ago.
That's an excellent point.
And I went there, and it was a situation with his son. I don't know, he had some anger management problems, or whatever have you, and he had a problem with his mother, and he stabbed up the couch in the house, and it was like a mess. And they had sent him to a crisis situation. Yeah, boss, we always deal with this. He's got psych problems, you know. And I get there, and I'm like, well, so I start talking to the mother, and she says, well, yeah, he always gets released from the hospital to say he has no problems. And like psych problem, he goes to crisis, and gets released, and he has no. I said, well then. So my cops are making the determination that he's a psych problem or a psych patient, and he keeps getting released. No one's doing that follow-up, and he keeps getting released and coming home. I said, the couch just stabbed today. Well, tomorrow, I said, it may be her. I said, that's not going to be on us. So I said, he's going to be arrested. So, of course, the cop, oh, come on, boss. We're here all the time. Well, I'm here today. I'm a supervisor here now, and I'm telling you that, unfortunately, if he's got anger, I said, now he'll actually get resources, because he's going to go to court. I said, now we just keep playing a tag your it game. We get dispatched, oh, this wild kid, he's got problems, psych, and we're just going to keep it moving and close it out. But when I saw this particular job, and I saw the house, and I said, you know, and the mother was like traumatized. She was like obviously in fear. And he knows her son, but still, I said, unfortunately, he's going to have to be arrested at this point.
Yeah.
Hence your situation where you actually had the person get arrested.
It was terrible. It was
Way-
20 years ago. It's still bad,
Either
but
way, well, my family situation.
see, my mortgage, my pension.
all my
Sorry about your luck.
obligations.
It made a pretty easy decision.
Yeah.
The one thing in this job that, you know, you learn more than ever is it's not personal, it's business.
Yeah.
And even whether you go to a cop's house or your neighbor's house, your friend's house, and and that's on the internal affairs side too with things. That's what I tell a guy when I was an investigator. This ain't personal. This is where the chips fall. You know what I mean? And, you know, you're not a bad guy. You made a bad call on this job. We're not looking to kill you, but.
And we'll touch more on that when we get into domestic violence calls involving police officers.
Yeah, because I didn't want to go further. I know
Yeah,
you
no,
said you're so I just want to ask that these matters are reported
Yes.
accurately.
Yes.
Because okay, I'm gonna wait for you to finish because I have a couple
But they're
of
only
questions.
reviewed if there's an additional incident, or
It's going to be an agency by agency policy on the review aspect of it. So in Newark, as the captain said, it comes in as a certain code, domestic violence call. It's a 7 code. If there's an arrest, great. If there's not an arrest, they need a supervisor to approve why it's being recoded as something a little bit lower. In my department, a smaller agency, a supervisor is automatically going on every call from the beginning. So again, so agencies are going to have the same policy, but internally they're going to operate a little bit differently. My department, smaller agency, a supervisor is going to go on every call. The state policy says if it's involving, and I'll jump ahead a little bit for a moment, state policy said if a law enforcement officer is involved in an incident, as a suspect, as the victim, whatever the case may be, a supervisor has to respond automatically anyway. So in a larger agency, a supervisor is only going if they want to reclassify the job, the call. My department, a supervisor is going on every call. But at all departments, if a police officer is involved, a supervisor automatically has to respond.
but who and at what point are the reclassification reports reviewed? I'm sorry, like, you know, is there you say there's not a regular monthly review, right? So we can kind of see the trends that are happening in the department. At what point is there a review of the reclassifications or a review of?
Well, every incident is reviewed by the special victims detectives.
Okay.
at the Shawnee Baraka Center, 'cause
Oh,
they still
okay.
have to follow up.
Okay, see, I didn't understand that there was that automatic connection. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Everyone.
Okay.
But you know, unfortunately, the disconnect is oftentimes the victim not liable.
And that makes it more problematic for follow-up because we have a victim, and it's true of a lot of other crimes, but sometimes the victim doesn't want to pursue it. It's their husband, it's a boyfriend, it's a family member, and that makes it difficult on the law enforcement side as well. So you get to a call, and both parties now have visible sign of injury. In my situation, the husband had a laceration on his stomach, and the wife has a bloody lip or a bloody nose. So now I have both parties are exhibiting visible sign of injury. We have to make a determination on who the more aggressive party is. Okay? Doesn't mean I can't arrest both, but I'm trying to calm the situation down. I want to try to arrest one of the parties. So I determine who the more aggressive party is by evaluating certain things. The extent of the injuries, history of domestic violence between the parties, other relevant factors. Because some of those injuries could be defensive wounds. I mean, if I'm covering up because someone's, beating the heck out of me, I may have some injuries, maybe they're defensive wounds. So the police officer, and again, in a very short time frame, has to evaluate who the more aggressive party is. We look at prior history. And again, just because you've been the aggressor 9 times doesn't mean you're the aggressor on the 10th time. So we have to take that, for what it's worth. But we evaluate the injuries, the history, other relevant factors such as defensive wounds on who the more aggressive party is. There is an allowable exception. If I can't determine who the more aggressive party is and both parties are injured, I can take them both in. I'm trying to determine who the more aggressive party is, and I want to arrest that person. That allows for my cooling off period. Right? But if I can't determine who the more aggressive party is, and I would imagine there are circumstances where you cannot, first of all, the people there are not cooperating, so that makes it difficult. But based on the injuries, the history, etc., I can't determine who the more aggressive party is. I can make an arrest of both parties.
Very, very strongly try and limit that situation.
Yes.
Arresting
Yeah.
both people, but it is possible.
Now I have both of them in the precinct. My thought was to have a cooling off period to keep them separated, and now they're both in the police station. So it does make it a little more problematic.
I'm just curious. I don't know if you know the internal affairs in terms of citizen complaints. I'm just wondering, not just, I can imagine what type of complaints you get from these, both parties getting arrested, or I called but you arrested me. I'm sure those can be complaints. But I'm just wondering, like, I don't know, I'm just very curious on what citizen complaints kind of relate to domestic violence that I guess the department has seen the most.
Yeah, the overwhelming complaint in general is just always demeanor, attitude,
Okay.
sensitivity to an issue. I don't know, I can find out for you what proportion of that, what proportion of complaints involve something involving like a domestic violence call. I can find that.
And I think that evolves from what I said earlier, people not wanting strangers, police officers coming into their kingdom and telling them what to do. Do this, do that, sit down, find a place to leave. You're not telling me to leave. This is my house. I pay the bills. You're not going to tell me to go find a place to stay. All right? So that sometimes, and a police officer has to be, fair, firm, and flexible. And sometimes people just don't like to be told what to do. I mean, a lot of us don't, really under any circumstances.
And people weaponize the police, like you said.
Oh, they do, unfortunately.
I talk to people at a lot of community meetings. I've had people tell me stuff like, there's a domestic violence call. And I told you how seriously we treat it, how high priority. So I had somebody come up to me and told me, the police came, somebody called and said at their residence, at like 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a domestic, the guy was yelling at this woman, beating her, whatever. And the woman answered the door, she did not call, nothing was going on, but she came kind of disheveled because it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and she didn't want to let the officers in, but the officers were shining their flashlights in and trying to step in, and that sort of thing, made her feel disrespected. And I just had to try and explain, like, well, they're trying to see what's going on to see if maybe you're just saying that so that the cops get out of there, because that's the level of seriousness that the response is to domestic violence. And stuff like that, definitely does happen.
Yeah, I can imagine. This has to be one of the hardest things to put your finger on. And I just that's why I keep asking, like, in terms of like getting through the data.
Yes.
Which again, I get that people don't show up, they don't want to deal with it, get out of my house. What do we do, or where do we move forward? I'm assuming this isn't part of the consent decree, but what needs to happen to look at the trends and the data to try to help preemptively with social services or whatever? I just didn't know if there's anything. How much is the data analyzed? I get it's messy, really messy with the people themselves. So I was just wondering.
And it would be interesting to see how the surveillance of the officers make a difference in terms of reducing the number. I mean, because that's the same premise that incarceration is, that we fantasy them, we put our eyes on them. Just the idea of being under surveillance causes people to conform.
Absolutely.
Well, I would think the same thing would apply to the police officers, but I'd be interested in seeing what kind of data it is. Does it make a difference?
Yeah.
The fact that you have all these criteria now that that the officers themselves are on surveillance as part of their performance.
Absolutely. And it may very well not, right? Because of just the dynamics of these situations.
Right.
With folks being excited and stuff, and that's the kind of stuff that isn't easily intervened and controlled and stuff.
I think it should be something looked at more closely, because it can be, your team has been involved with doing, research regarding not just for the consent decree, but things around this consent decree that should be included. This can very easily lead to a person being shot.
Yeah.
Domestic violence matters that you just mentioned.
and
Well, I know that, and that's why I'm saying that this could lead to a situation where, a person, unfortunate matter had happened, person was shot because the so-called police officer engaged, and we had to actually, or he or she had to actually act because they felt that they were being threatened and had no other choice. So these matters are important, because of a number of reasons, which is why I applaud you for actually bringing it to our attention. But the data needs to be closely examined. To pretty much demonstrate that we are looking at just more than just a consent decree. We're looking at matters that actually can have somewhat be interrelated, because everything is interrelated regarding your work. Everything.
So even as often, like how often does the supervisor have to recode? Like how often does that happen? And versus follow-up calls You know what I'm saying? So I'm just throwing out something out there.
Yeah, that's something that could be dealt with easily.
Yeah, I just don't, are there
You saying for
refunds?
Newark?
No, I mean, for Newark, no, are there I mean, you guys, it's a lot.
Yeah.
So even, vehicle pursuits, you meet every month, but I'm just wondering, you're speaking, it's always reported. I think just as the board, we're always asking what happens to the data.
Yep.
So if it falls
Yeah.
now on, the BRCA Center, and I'm assuming that only recently started, but then what happens to I mean, then I'm imagining their kind of focus is on social services follow-up. So we're just interested in how do we track it
Yeah.
to look for improvements.
Yeah, and just-
that's something, the data exists, that's easy.
Right,
The hard part is interrupting the cycle.
absolutely.
That's the hard part.
Absolutely.
Because even when there are arrests, there are still repeat calls at the same address.
Of course.
And, multiple arrests, and, it's not interrupting the cycle.
Right.
And, the question then becomes looking deeper at the data and trying to identify where there could be other,
Other, right.
interventions.
Right, like, cross-referencing with
Yeah.
drug charges. I don't know, it's a lot, but
And
that's
then-
how we're
And then
thinking.
there's the other issue of what the community believes, because the community has this notion of the blue code. And so while you have these criteria in place, surveilling the audience, monitoring their performance, there's this belief that the community has that an officer will protect another officer because of this blue code. I mean, and that's a reality that you must have to face, because we know it to be true. And I gotta tell you, I'm pretty surprised at how the level of monitoring police officers are really under every individual officer, and yet there's still so many infringements of people's rights. It's pretty interesting.
Well, it's gonna get more interesting when you start talking about police officers being involved in these, because just recently we just had a person who was a police officer or police executive officer allegedly kill his wife. So carry on.
Sure. So we're going to digress into discretionary arrests. We talked about mandatory arrests, right? There are some discretionary arrests. If the officer believes there's probable cause that an act of domestic violence has been committed, and one of those crimes, he can arrest the offender, he can sign a complaint. So it doesn't meet the level of mandatory arrest, but there are other circumstances that may be present where he can still make an arrest and sign those complaints. All right? Domestic violence complaint, the officer must explain and give to the victim their domestic violence notice of rights. Every person involved in a domestic violence incident is going to be given a sheet that identifies their rights under the PDVA, the Prevention of Domestic Violence Act of 1991, and they're going to be told their rights. And one of their rights is they can seek assistance from social service agencies, the BRCA Center, the prosecutor's office has several levels, victim witness advocacy. We have our Family Justice Center, which has Newark personnel assigned to it as well. They can file for a restraining order directly with the police officers, so they have a list of rights related to domestic violence that they are given a copy of. That list of rights also has a sign-off sheet where if they choose not to request a temporary restraining order, we ask them to sign that they do not wish to apply for a restraining order at this time. I've told them as a police officer, you have a right to apply for a domestic violence restraining order. Do you want to apply for a restraining order? No, I do not. We ask them to sign that, okay? So this way there's no misinterpretation a month, a week, a year from now. Well, the police were here and they did nothing. No, we pull out our records and we say, we asked you if you wanted to sign a complaint or a temporary restraining order against this person. You chose not to and you signed it. So that is the level of protection for the police.
Real quick, I'm sorry, I know we're kind of falling behind. What's the language access policy when it comes to the domestic violence rights?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your
Language
question.
access, like what if somebody speaks another language?
Okay,
what's the policy
so
behind that?
the police officers are going to have that form in multiple languages. All right, if there's a language that they encounter that they don't have the written forms for, all right, we get on the radio, we find someone that can interpret for us. In a larger agency, you're going to have a more diverse population where you're going to have that occur maybe more than I did in West Caldwell. West Caldwell is probably going to be English or Spanish, one or the other. There may be some circumstances where it's another language, but we'll do our best. In my department, we had those forms in English and Spanish. Some other agencies may have them in more than that as far as languages. Even if you don't have it in writing, you find an interpreter that can help you get that information to your victim so they know what their rights are.
And is that mandatory?
Yes. Well, mandatory to have it in different languages or to provide it?
To provide
Oh, certainly, yes.
orally or written
Yes.
in the language of the...
Definitely.
Okay.
Yep, definitely. So the victim can sign a domestic violence complaint, right, alleging that the person committed the act of domestic violence. They can ask for court assistance to prevent its occurrence by a temporary restraining order or some other type of relief, or a criminal complaint. Right? There's a domestic violence complaint, which is just an indication that a incident has occurred. Right? Then there's a criminal complaint alleging actual criminal activity. So there's two types of complaints: a domestic violence complaint alleging an incident has occurred, and there's also a criminal complaint alleging a violation of law in New Jersey. Right? Jurisdiction for filing domestic violence complaints. Right? And there's going to be a slide that'll talk about multiple locations that you can initiate a domestic violence complaint. Right? During normal court hours, we try to send people directly to the Superior Court, Family Superior Court, which is at 212 Washington Street. And the reason why we try to do that is the local police can take those complaints, but they're forwarded directly to the family court anyway. So we try to cut out the middleman, if you will, if people are willing and able to go directly to the family court at 212 Washington Street. That doesn't mean that it can't be taken at the local level. Right? It can be. Sometimes people don't have the means of getting to family court. Family court, their hours are 8:30 to 3:30. If you don't get there by 2 o'clock, they're not taking your complaint because they want to be out by 3:30, not starting a complaint at 3:25 and get out at 5 o'clock. So technically their hours are 8:30 to 3:30, but if you walk in your local police station at 2:30 and say, I want to make a domestic violence incident complaint, and that happens sometimes. People will walk in. Their husband goes to work. They don't want to call while he's there, and they'll actually go right to the police station so the police don't come to their house. They'll walk into a police station at 2 o'clock and say, I want to make a domestic violence complaint. We would not refer them to the family court at that time because by the time they get there, their complaint's not going to be heard. And now we're giving them the runaround in the system. It's already difficult and frustrating for them. We're not going to make it worse. But they can file a complaint directly through family court. There could be a situation where someone goes directly to family court and the local police aren't even aware of it. They can go to family court, they can apply for a temporary restraining order, and a hypothetical situation would be an ex-boyfriend that has recently shown up in their life, they're harassing them, they're showing up at their work. They don't notify the local police, they go right to the family court, and they get a temporary restraining order. We find out about it because if you're a resident of our city or our town, or you work here, they're going to send us a copy of that restraining order. So we kind of find out about it after the process, but we're still notified about it. So there's several ways to initiate that complaint. Not always directly through the local police via a 911 call.
So really quick, what's the process which you just spoke of? You're notified of the order.
Yes.
Is that an automatic summons to the person who's...
No.
Like, how do they find out?
Well, when we get a copy of the order, it's basically our copy of the order. The person who's the suspect also gets a copy of the order. Okay. And that's considered a temporary restraining order. The temporary restraining order is just that, it's temporary. Within 10 days, they have a right to go to family court and basically plead their case and make a case in front of the judge. Is this temporary restraining order going to be thrown out? The woman says, I had an ex-boyfriend, he showed up after 10 years and he showed up at my place of employment once. I haven't seen him since. Judge is probably going to throw out that restraining order and not make it a permanent, or what they refer to as a final restraining order. Or...
Right, no, I just didn't know, how is it delivered if it's not via...
It has to be hand-delivered, right.
That was my question.
It has to be hand-delivered to the people involved. We could get ours via fax or drop-off, but the people involved in the order, because I go to my ex-wife's house, and she says, you're violating the restraining order I have against you. If I haven't received my copy, I haven't violated it.
Right.
You violate it after you get your copy. Okay. So law enforcement does their best to track that person down, serve them at work, serve them at home, serve them on the side of a road after I've stopped them. Right? But until they're served, they haven't violated the order that they haven't yet been served with. But it's usually going to be, it has to be personal service. And there may be a definition on here. Personal service means giving you a copy of the order that has your name directly on it. Okay. So when courts are closed at 8:30 to 4:30, 8:30 to 3:30, right, we can sign a domestic violence complaint or initiate the domestic violence process in several locations. Okay, where the alleged act occurred. Right, if it happened in the city, I can go to any police department in the city and say, I'm a victim of domestic violence. This is where it occurred within the city jurisdiction. Right. Where the defendant resides. Right, he may live in Hillside. I live in Newark. I can go to Hillside Police and initiate a domestic violence complaint because he lives there. I live in West Caldwell. The incident that I want to refer to occurred at the Prudential Center. I can make that complaint in West Caldwell because I reside there. So where the incident occurred, where the defendant resides, where the victim resides, right? I can initiate that complaint in any of those locations. However, if there's a criminal charge, there's an assault charge, there's harassment, there's criminal mischief, arson, any one of those 18 crimes, that has to be investigated by the jurisdiction where the complaint occurred. So if I assaulted my wife physically in the city of Newark, but we both live in West Caldwell, right? The assault charge has to be investigated here in the city. A complaint has to be signed here. I can't sign a complaint in West Caldwell for an assault that happened in Newark. All right? I can't sign a motor vehicle summons in West Caldwell for speeding because you were speeding in the city of Newark. Any criminal complaint has to be investigated in the jurisdiction where it occurred, in the town where it occurred. All right, law enforcement officers, all right, handling domestic violence incidents involving law enforcement officers. All right? So the purpose of the policy, it's recognized that law enforcement officers, like any other person, could be involved in acts of domestic violence. All right? The integrity of our law enforcement profession, amongst other things, is determined by how we handle, for lack of better language, domestic violence incidents by officers that do the same job every day that we do. Okay? There's a uniform policy on handling incidents that involve law enforcement officers. Okay? The agency has a lot of responsibilities when it comes to areas of domestic violence involving law enforcement agencies. Okay? If we are aware of something, we have to protect the victim. We have to arrest the person involved, and again, it doesn't matter whether he's a police officer or not. The integrity of our agency, our profession, is determined on whether or not we have the internal fortitude to place that person under arrest. And to my point earlier about my own personal situation, I recognize someone may be having a bad day, but I'm not giving up my life, my career, my pension, my livelihood because you may be having a bad day. We all have a bad day. Sometimes that bad day gets to a level that there's no returning from. So we have to make sure that we handle ourselves in the most professional way possible. And if that means that they have to be arrested, when I was working, I'd like to consider myself, a cop's cop. But by the same token, I'm not putting my family's future livelihood at risk because I want to try to sweep something under the rug. Okay? Agencies have to accept, document, and handle calls of domestic violence regarding their officers. And that includes those that are made anonymously. Okay? What we call a CIR, or criminal investigation report, must be completed. This is generic language. Newark may refer to it as an 802, which is an incident report. Right? West Caldwell is going to refer to it as just an IR with no number to it. Right? But in general terms, it is a criminal investigation report that has to be documented. And that report is completed whether an arrest is made or not made. Okay? And there has to be documentation on why you made an arrest. Likewise, there has to be documentation on why you may not have made an arrest. Okay? All reports of criminal activity implicating a law enforcement officer will be documented in accordance with the policies of your respective agency. Okay? A copy of that report has to go through the chain of command to the chief executive, whether it be a police chief, a director, or both, as well as your internal affairs division. Okay? This also holds true. I know of 8 or 9 police officers from the city of Newark live in West Caldwell. If they're involved in a domestic violence incident in West Caldwell, I have an obligation and responsibility to notify their department. Right? Whether there's an arrest made or not, I have an obligation to notify their department. And the reason why that's important, amongst one, that it's required by law, it also lets the department know to keep an eye out for certain things. Maybe they missed indicators that something was going wrong. Something was going on in this officer's personal life. Because as a supervisor, you have an obligation to get involved in someone's personal problem if they come to you for help or it's now affecting their work. Police officers get divorced. People that work in banks get divorced. People that are teachers get divorced. And we're not immune to that. But if there's something going on in your life that's now affecting your work, right, we have to get involved. So you could be a police officer in West Caldwell but live in the city of Newark or vice versa. If you're involved in a domestic violence incident, your department will be notified. Right? Dispatchers, call takers, will give a high priority to a domestic violence call if they realize that a law enforcement officer is involved. And I don't necessarily agree with this statement because I think all domestic violence calls should be given a higher priority. Okay? The policy is going to say a higher priority if there is such a thing because a law enforcement officer is involved, which means there's probably weapons in the house. In some way, shape, or form, there's going to be guns in the house. Right? But I think we'd all agree that they should be high priority anyway. Right? They put an extra emphasis on it because a law enforcement officer is involved. And I mentioned before, if we know a law enforcement officer is involved in that domestic violence incident, a supervisor is required to respond to that call. I said, West Caldwell has, when I left, there were about 85 police officers lived in West Caldwell. Right? We tend to know them, we know where they live, et cetera, et cetera. We recognize addresses. Again, a small town. I knew that one address, 123 Main Street, 20 years ago. I knew where I was going. Right? Likewise, we know where certain police officers live. If we're going to those calls, a supervisor has to go on those calls if there's a domestic violence situation call that we know a law enforcement officer is involved in. If we don't know, there's federal agencies that FBI, Secret Service, state police that may live in my town and I don't realize it. When the officers get there, when they realize that an off-duty police officer is involved in the incident, they're required to notify their supervisor, and their supervisor is required to go there. Okay? On arrival, the primary patrol unit will immediately request a supervisor regardless of the involved officer's jurisdiction. You could be a Newark cop and live in West Caldwell, and I said last I knew there were about 8 of them. As soon as we find out that you're a police officer, we're notifying a supervisor. It doesn't matter where you work. Eventually, we're going to notify your department, but that's not one of our primary goals right away. Right? And we'll follow standard operating procedure when dealing with victims of domestic violence. So I try to tell my folks, when you go on a domestic violence call, do what I did in 1999. It's not personal. It's just business. I don't care where you work. I don't care what you do for a living. No one can tell me that they feel uncomfortable arresting someone because I arrested someone that was at my wedding. So no one can take that line with me that they don't feel comfortable doing that. If they need to be arrested, they need to be arrested. So we're following procedures in the domestic violence call without regard to where you work, what you do, or what you look like. The primary supervisor immediately responds to that scene. The on-scene supervisor will notify the county prosecutor's office of any domestic violence call involving a law enforcement officer, regardless of whether or not there's criminal charges. So if I'm a police officer in West Caldwell and I'm involved in a DV incident, the prosecutor's office is going to be notified. It doesn't matter whether there's an arrest, a non-arrest, restraining order, no restraining order. Right? There's several people in the food chain that are going to be in the loop on that situation.
I have a quick, sorry, so many questions. So
Sure.
you were saying about not being comfortable arresting someone. Is there a provision for someone who is not comfortable thinks there should be an arrest,
Yep.
but doesn't think they should be the one to do it? Whether it's a familiar relationship,
Sure.
they're thinking like, I don't want this.
Again, I won't speak for other departments, but when I go on a domestic violence call in West Caldwell, there's going to be at least 3 officers there. If one particular person, that's his zone, that's his sector of assignment, he should be the one to make the arrest. Okay, but he doesn't feel comfortable because he knows the people. He has a personal relationship with them. You tell the supervisor will do it, or he'll get someone else to do it. The person's still going to be arrested. It just may not be me putting the handcuffs on him.
Yeah, we have the ability to do that here because we have, we have the resources that the average department in New Jersey doesn't. So anytime you have a personal relationship with the subject of a criminal investigation, you have to
Recuse yourself from it, sure. Yeah. In our case, the person would tell the boss, I know this person. I don't want to be the one to arrest him. But they should still be arrested. Someone else is going to do it.
do that, but East Newark couldn't.
Right. Because they got 2 people working.
Right.
So Newark does have a recusal policy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But not everybody does, right?
All right, so the on-scene supervisor, like any other call, has responsibilities to make sure that evidence is properly maintained, statements, safety of the victim, all right, is always our primary function when we get there. And the supervisor is going to ensure that arrest is made, if required, or probable cause exists for that arrest. Okay? When a domestic violence call involving a law enforcement officer doesn't result in arrest, okay, the officer has to write a written report in writing why it did not justify an arrest. And to Newark's point about how they recode calls. You get a domestic violence call, if no one's arrested and they're going to recode it as a verbal dispute, all right, they have to justify why they do it. At the state level, all law enforcement agencies, with their case regarding an officer, if he's not arrested, all right, that has to be documented. All right? It's almost impossible to sweep it under the rug because then you have to justify why you're not arresting. All right? You have to justify why you do make an arrest, but you also have to justify why you're not making an arrest. Okay? The on-scene supervisor will notify through the chain of command as soon as possible, and with a cell phone, that shouldn't take that long, notify his chief law enforcement officer who has to notify the other agency that an officer was involved in a domestic violence incident. And that's true whether there's an arrest made or not. Officer's responsibility. If an officer is involved in a domestic violence incident, they must notify their supervisor immediately. So I live in Toms River, for example, and I'm a police officer in West Caldwell. I'm involved in a domestic violence incident down there. I know no one in Toms River knows anyone in West Caldwell. I think it's going to be swept under the rug. It's a verbal dispute, not a lot of documentation. I still have a responsibility, and every department's policy is going to mirror this in some way, shape, or form. You have a responsibility to let your department know that you were involved in a domestic violence incident. A, they're going to find out about it anyway. Formally or informally, they're going to find out about it. But B, you also have a policy and a directive that you have to notify them. All right? May result in disciplinary action if you do not notify your department. Prosecutor's office has a policy. If you get a motor vehicle violation for a moving violation, right, you have to notify the office that you got it. You could get it talking on your cell phone. You get a ticket. You have to notify the department that you have that ticket. If they run your license once a year because you're driving a county car and they find it on your driving record and you didn't report it, you'll suffer disciplinary action. you're not going to get disciplined for getting a ticket, okay? But you will be disciplined. Again, I talked before, the cover-up sometimes is worse than the crime.
I
Ten-
have before we move on from
Sure.
that, very quickly, does North have a policy, a similar policy relating to city employees and or elected officials?
That would be a city policy I'm not familiar with. However, I know when we respond and we know a person is a city employee that's arrested, whether it's domestic violence or whatever, we make notification to, up the chain to city government. That's just not domestic, that's any incident with the city employee.
But if a city employee lives in Tom's River and something happens to him, it would be a city policy,
Right.
whether they have to notify someone within their department.
Well, let's say a councilman or a mayor or somebody, you're called in on domestic violence. There's no written policy on that.
Well, we would make a notification up our chain of command.
The police would
our
make the
chief
notification.
Director,
Right.
yes.
We would have to go by the policy because it's a criminal incident,
Right.
and then make notifications because there's other involvement.
We make notifications for things that are what we call unusual incidents, which involve a whole variety of things outside this stuff. Anything potentially newsworthy, anything high profile, we, separate from this stuff, there's notifications up the chain of command, there's emails that are sent out.
But that's just a notification, no like supervisor requirement or anything like that
For police,
for,
Like a politician or something.
yeah.
Still by anybody.
They probably would send one anyway. I don't know if it's written
Yeah.
on paper. I'm not 100% sure, but
It would
knowing
depend
it's
what the
considered a high
circumstances are.
profile incident,
Yeah.
unusual incident, it would be a high profile incident.
the
They're gonna send a
supervisor would be
supervisor.
required to respond to the
Right.
city.
It may be unusual actually.
Yeah, and be a written report on
Yeah.
unusual.
Right.
Okay, so no specific policy, but it would be considered an unusual.
There is a policy on
Yeah.
those type of incidents. I just don't know if that's specifically in there.
Okay.
There's a general order on reporting unusual incidents.
For the police side, the city employee may or may not have a similar policy.
No, I'm thinking of the police side now.
Oh, the police side definitely has it, yeah. Yeah. But someone who works for sanitation or recreation, if they're involved in a DV incident, their policy would likely say they have to report it, but we would know, we certainly would report it.
I'm not
Carlos
certain.
would be the person to ask, right?
The reason I-
believe the mayor is notified, I believe the VA is notified, like, an incident involving a city
Yeah.
employee. I believe it's the mayor and the VA that are notified.
Okay, and that's from the police side.
Yes.
No, the reason I was asking is because some of, depending on where you are in city government, you may have just as much, if not more, influence over the officers than a fellow officer when they show up, so.
That's why we take the approach, it's not business. I mean, it's not personal, it's business. And
Even, not even in something so serious, even on a traffic stop,
Yeah.
which is another reason why the cameras have, gotten acceptance from the officers.
Right, because without a doubt, those things have happened. I mean, I've been here a long time.
Yeah.
And this is what I said earlier, the cameras are the equalizer.
Yep.
And there's no way you can, you're going to jeopardize it. I know Chief Bretmold's been hitting on it all day. Is that you're not going to jeopardize, your livelihood because you're going to do something silly. I mean, that's the great equalizer, one way or another.
That situation happened recently with a school board member in South Orange, where she was getting a ticket.
Right.
She pretty much just went berserk on the police officer, verbally.
Right.
Yeah.
And he had it on his
he had it, yeah, he had it recorded or the audio, yeah.
And 2 weeks later, she had to write a letter of apology because of her.
Crazy.
That happened to
Minor things.
the woman that was on the Port Authority. Went to the aid of her daughter and her friends last Easter.
Yeah,
God.
under Murphy's administration.
Yeah.
She was released last year.
She's no longer on the Port Authority.
No longer on Port Authority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she went there trying to help out and
Her daughter.
yep.
Oh, you're going to see more and more of that because people, and I think you hit on it earlier, or I think Carlos hit on it earlier, people go back to the way they are. Even with the camera, people don't realize when they get stopped by the police
Yeah.
that they're just going to,
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
We do have instances where you tell the person you're on camera and
Right.
they still behave.
it doesn't matter.
Unaccordingly.
because 10 seconds later they forget.
Yeah.
And their emotions get involved, and then how many times I've been told in this job that I'm going to be transferred, fired for just doing the job. I mean, going back years ago to the mid-90s.
Yeah.
It's just like becomes like fluff after a while. Okay. And some were regular people, don't get me wrong, and some were other people, you know, that may have known somebody, I didn't know them, they claim to always know somebody, you know, and okay.
Somebody always knows somebody.
Somebody always knows somebody,
Yeah,
or thinks
somebody
they know
always knows
somebody.
somebody. Well,
Right.
it can go either way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because I know police officers who
Absolutely.
said,
Oh, yeah.
I don't give a damn about a camera.
Right.
Right.
I'm like,
Right.
whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Or like the ones in Patterson were recording themselves.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
So we touched on a temporary restraining order and a final restraining order. Remember, a temporary restraining order is going to be issued either directly from the court or at the local police level. All right, it's part of the cooling off period, and the people involved in that temporary restraining order, the victim and the suspect or the defendant, have to make an appearance in family court. All right, in Essex, it's 212 Washington Street. All right, they have to make an appearance in family court within 10 days. All right, and the family court judge will determine, is that restraining order going to stay in effect to allow for a continued cooling off period, or is it going to be thrown out? Is it going to be made into a final restraining order, which has no expiration date on it? Okay? When a temporary restraining order is issued, all right, if the actor is still at the scene, all right, we should, if the actor is at the scene but not been arrested, the officer should escort the victim to his or her home. We should read them the conditions of the order. Okay, they have to vacate the premises. Part of the order is going to stipulate certain things. One of them is, you know, you can't be within 100 feet of this house, 100 feet of so-and-so's work environment. You can't have any communications with them verbally, electronically, cell phone, text, email, social media, etc. Okay, but we also want to give that person who's being, in most cases, told to get out of their house for a period of X number of days, a time to gather some personal belongings. Grab a duffel bag, we'll stand by, get enough clothes for a couple days. That's part of the cooling off period, okay? Sometimes the court may give them a specific time limit, all right? They're going away on business, they need 5 suits, they need some other personal items, give them an hour. We always tell people, if you don't bring enough clothes the first time, because this is a little bit of a whirlwind, and you want to go back the next day or 3 days later, call us. We'd rather go back, be a calm and cool presence there, keep the peace, then you go back on your own, find out the locks are changed, and now it's a crazy mess, even worse. Call us, we'll go back there, try to dedicate the resources, because I think it's time well spent. Go back there and keep it calm and cool, than to go back without an escort and have a bigger problem later. But you do have a right to gather some personal belongings to get you through X number of days. Okay? Someone lives out in Marsh County, they work here in Newark. A copy of that restraining order is going to be held by the city of Newark, the county of Essex, and in Marsh County where you are, because maybe you work there, maybe you live here, or vice versa. So we need to keep those other jurisdictions kind of in the loop that there is a restraining order on file. So sometimes that happens, you know, cross-county jurisdictions, etc. We want to make sure that it gets out to the local police department where you live, maybe the police department where you work, where your ex lives or works. So this one restraining order may be on file in 4 or 5 different places, because.
It's not covered by
Sure.
AG, but do you know if that happens across state lines?
It should. It should.
But it's no, well.
There's no mandate for us.
Yeah.
If somebody lives in Pennsylvania and they work in Newark, we tell people, keep a copy of the order with you. Because if you live in Pennsylvania and you have a restraining order out in Pennsylvania, and now something happens in Newark, we want to be able to look at it, because we're not going to have the resources to pull it out of a file here in Newark.
There is federal law in terms of enforcing it.
Mhm.
I'm sure you probably have.
Yep. Yeah, there's an out-of-state restraining order provision. There's an out-of-state restraining order provision that we would evaluate, but we need a copy of the order. You telling me that 6 months ago you got a restraining order against your ex-husband in Pennsylvania is not a lot to work with. If you have a copy of the order, I can make sure that his name is on it. I can make sure your name is on it. And I'm sure I have a slide here that says there's 2 states out of 50 that expiration dates do not exist on their restraining orders. New Jersey is one of the 2. New Jersey and Washington, once you get a restraining order, there's no expiration date on it. It exists as long as we exist. Other states, Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, have an expiration date on the restraining order. Maybe it's December 31st. Maybe it's March 30th. All right? That doesn't mean that a situation may not arise where we have a domestic violence incident, but if the order is expired, I don't have a violation of a restraining order that's expired. New Jersey does not have expiration dates on the restraining orders. All right? We're unique in a lot of ways. All right? We don't have to pump our own gas, but we also do not have restraining order expiration dates. All right? Court order violations, whenever there's a violation of a court order, right, that's a mandatory arrest. That allows for cooling off period. Okay? When we arrest that person for a violation of a court order, all right, we sign a complaint against them, right, for violating the order. We also can sign a complaint against them for any other criminal offense. You showed up at your ex-girlfriend's house. She has a restraining order against you. You vandalized her car. I will sign a charge against you for violating the order. I'll also sign a charge against you for vandalizing her car. So there's an additional charge. Weapons for safekeeping. Right? If you have reason to believe that an act was committed, the officer is required to question, are there any weapons in the house? Now, if you're a law enforcement officer, it's probably going to be presumed that you have guns or have access to guns. Some people may leave them at work and not bring them home, but you at least have to ask if there are weapons on the premises. There are a lot of people out there that own weapons that are not law enforcement officers, and they own them legally. Right? We have to ask, are there weapons in the house? Do we believe that the presence of weapons exposes the victim to further chances of injury? Right? My philosophy is always safekeeping. We'd rather get them out of the house than wish we had later on. Right? But we are required to question if weapons are on the premises. Most agencies, especially in the ages of computers now, will be able to do a search of their records management system and know that 3 years ago, Mike Bramhall at 88 Westland Road in Cedar Grove bought 2 handguns. He's not a police officer, but I can check my internal record system to know, all right, 3 years ago, he was approved and purchased 2 firearms. So I may not even have to ask. I know you have access to weapons. Where are they? If I feel they're going to expose the victim to further risk of injury, okay, I should attempt to seize those weapons, get them out of the house for safekeeping. Okay. How do I seize a weapon for safekeeping? I see it in plain view. I can take it. It's not in plain view, but it's located somewhere within that house. Okay. I can certainly ask for consent in writing. There's a consent to search form. If they don't give me that consent to search that house for weapons, okay, I can get a domestic violence warrant for the seizure of weapons. Right? It's all about safety. It's all about minimizing chance of someone getting hurt later on. Safekeeping is the key word when I'm taking weapons. I try to seize it, calm and cool way. If you refuse, I can get a domestic violence search warrant. It's a search warrant, but it's specifically related to DV and specifically related to weapons. If you say it's not here, I can get that search warrant, weapon search warrant for your place of employment, for your mother's house, for your car, wherever I think that weapon may be, because the idea is to get that weapon out of your ability to possess it, at least temporarily. I can seize a weapon pursuant to a court order. You refuse to surrender, I can arrest you for refusing to surrender your weapons. Right? There is a lot of teeth in these laws. Someone just says, well, I'm just going to refuse to give the cops my guns. No problem, then we're just going to arrest you. And you know what the judge is going to do? He's going to tell you you're going to sit in jail until we get those weapons. We're not going to allow you to get out and have access to those weapons. Right? Weapons out of county. The state law says when weapons are seized, they should go to your county prosecutor's office. The county prosecutor's office is supposed to store those weapons. Essex is unique. The Essex County Prosecutor's Office is one of 2 or 3 of the 21 counties in the state that don't take weapons. They don't have the room for the storage. So if a gun is seized in West Caldwell as a result of a domestic violence incident, the West Caldwell police have to hold on and maintain the safety and security of that weapon. The prosecutor's office will not take them. And it's a size issue. Right? Newark's required to hold on to their weapons. And Bloomfield's required to hold on to their weapons, et cetera. Right? Most counties in the state will take those weapons for safety and security. In Essex, we're unique in that regard, where the weapons have to be maintained at the local police level. Right? All copies of reports have to go to the prosecutor's office and the Superior Court, the domestic violence coordinator. They get sent to several people, so everyone's in a loop on an incident, an arrest, or a weapon seizure. Seizure of weapons from law enforcement officers. If the officer has 5 guns, one of them is his department-issued weapon, and he has 4 personally owned firearms that he's lawfully allowed to have, I'm going to seize all of them. I'm also going to seize his firearms ID card, which allows him to go purchase ammo, shotguns, etc. I'm going to seize anything related to firearms. Right? All weapons, department or personal, are going to be retrieved by that officer. If a Newark police officer lives in West Caldwell and I take his Newark-issued handgun, that weapon goes back to the city of Newark. It's their property. They have to maintain security and custody of it. Your personal weapons, I will hold on to. Your firearms identification cards, I will hold on to. Okay? If you come across guns, you immediately have to notify your supervisor, and the supervisor has to notify the county prosecutor's office that there's been a seizure of weapons. Even though those weapons aren't going to go to the prosecutor's office, they still have to be notified. They're verbally notified, and they're going to get copies of all the reports. We touched on this. The boss said out-of-state orders of protection. We use this as a global mechanism of evaluating an out-of-state restraining order. Pennsylvania laws are different from New Jersey. If we're faced with a situation, if we have a court order, we try to enforce it to the best of our ability here in New Jersey. If there is no out-of-state order, but they say they have one, they just don't have it physically with them, we evaluate it on face value, based on what they tell us, the circumstances, etc. New Jersey allows more protection for domestic violence victims than other states around the country. So we have a pretty high standard. If it meets our standard, in most cases, it's going to meet standards of other agencies, of other states. Right? We do not have what we call mutual orders of protection. Right? We do have temporary restraining orders. You can have a restraining order against your ex-boyfriend, but your ex-boyfriend can also have a restraining order against you. All right? It's a play on words. They are mutual orders of protection. We just don't call them mutual orders of protection. They're restraining orders. But two people can have a restraining order against each other. But likewise, they can both violate that same restraining order. And unfortunately, we see that happen a lot. Because a restraining order is obtained as a result of a domestic violence incident between a husband and wife, for example. Then after the cooling off period, 3 or 4 days go by, they're out having dinner together. Well, technically, one of them is violating the restraining order. Violation of restraining order is a mandatory arrest situation for us. So that makes it difficult for us because they're having dinner. Maybe they get into an argument about what happened the week before. We get there, and one of them pull out, oh, I have a restraining order against him. He just violated it. But you were sitting down consensually having lunch or dinner with the other person. You know, that puts us in a very awkward spot. You violated an order, I'm going to arrest you. You know, the fact that you tried to patch things up after court, get the order dismissed, and then hopefully we can move forward. But mutual orders of protection, quote unquote, don't exist, but you can have temporary restraining orders against each other. Out-of-state restraining orders, so we touched on this as well. Right? Does that out-of-state order, I show up and I have a restraining order from Pennsylvania, and I say, my ex-boyfriend just showed up at my place of employment, he's harassing me. Here's a copy of the order. I look at the order. Does it have your name on it and his name on it? Check. Has the order not expired? Right? Remember, 2 states do not have expiration dates, New Jersey and Washington. Pennsylvania has, by example, expiration dates on their restraining orders. Okay? As well as the victim tells the officers the suspect was in court or had notice to appear. Right? We're taking that on face value. In New Jersey, I have to physically give you a copy of the order. It's known as personal service. I physically give you a copy of the order that has your name on it. I don't have that luxury with an out-of-state restraining order, because I don't know if the person physically got it or not. So on face value, the person in front of me who has the order says, yes, my ex-boyfriend, my ex-husband was in court the day or had notice to appear on such and such a date. Whether he did or not is really irrelevant. So I take it on face value, I review all the circumstances, and I make a decision. 9 times out of 10, if there's a violation of an order, I'm going to say someone's being arrested. Right? I have a certain level of immunity because I'm trying to maintain a high level of integrity by placing somebody under arrest based on face value. The information that I have at the time is reasonable. When in doubt, right, we're going to take it on face value on what's occurring in front of us. Victim notification form, sometimes this is referred to as a VINE form. VINE standing for victim notification every day or something close to that. All right. When someone gets arrested, we give out a VINE form. All right, it lets people know that when the person that's been arrested gets out or gets transferred in custody in some way, shape, or form, they will be notified. All right. That VINE form has some personal information about the victim. All right. And as a result, the VINE form is part of the case file, but it's not discoverable, meaning that the other person, when they get a copy of the case file for court, they will not get the VINE form because that's going to have contact information for you. Maybe you moved, you're staying with a family member, you change your cell phone number, change your email address, whatever the case may be. All right, but you will get this notification form to fill out so we can contact you on situations when a person's going to be released or change in custody status.
Is there a difference with the VINE form if there's, if it's a police officer? I mean, so like they can go in the records and see where you try, the victims tried to go. Well,
they could, but record systems are going to be cataloged to show access. And if you're in another jurisdiction, like if you're a Newark police officer and this arrest happens in West Caldwell, you're not going to have any access to my records.
Right. I think I was more talking like Newark.
Right.
Could, maybe it's just, can any police officer go in and pull up that form?
No. Well, no. Yeah, and it's a paper form.
Okay.
And it's going to be tracked on who signed.
When the county releases the person, they can generate those automatic phone calls.
Yeah. So this is the paperwork. I talked about the original policy is over 400 pages with all the addendums and the sample forms. This is paperwork that's involved with a domestic violence call. A half hour at a residence involving a domestic violence call is probably going to generate several hours worth of paperwork. Right? That's fine. It's the nature of the job. All right? All reports are going to be faxed to family court in Newark, 212 Washington Street. All right. If you have criminal complaints, they're also going to go to family court. In addition to the Essex County Prosecutor's Office, our Director of Domestic Violence, Dawn Simonetti. All right. Non-indictable criminal complaints, low-level crimes, are going to go to family court. Any weapon seizure, all reports go to family court as well as the Essex County Prosecutor's Office. And any and all the above are also going to go to your employing agency. Right? If you're a law enforcement officer, all these are going to go to your employing agency as well. So they are in the loop if they're not already by this point, but they'll have a formalized copy of it. Okay? Captain mentioned before immunity from civil liability. Right? We are protected, right, from liability and given immunity because we are making decisions that are really in the best interest of protecting the victim. Even though sometimes the victim may not want their husband, their ex-boyfriend, ex-spouse arrested, we also are protected from a lawsuit. Someone says, well, I really didn't assault her, or she made those red marks on her face, or he actually stabbed himself. And my example, if that guy actually stabbed himself and then blamed his wife, I'm going to be immune from civil liability because based on the circumstances at the time and what I knew and my training and experience, right, I was doing the right thing. Right? I was trying to make a decision based on all the facts that were at hand.
In reality, that provides you the ability to make situations where if it were not domestic violence, you could not be arrested. You have to just report the incident and refer the victim to court. That's in practicality, that's not what we're doing.
Questions on domestic violence?
Get your work cut out for you.
Policy is only 400 pages or so. You know, that plus everything else, it definitely makes it challenging. Again, probably one of the worst calls to go on from a law enforcement perspective because of the emotional situations that are involved. You're going to people's homes. They don't like you to be there to begin with. And now it's bad circumstances. It is probably one of the most difficult types of calls to go on. And you don't know who you're dealing with sometimes. You don't know if there's guns in the house. You know, maybe you've been there before, so you know it's an off-duty law enforcement officer. We see tragic stories from around the country. You know, police officers shot, stabbed, killed, responding to domestic violence calls. Yeah. They are some of the most stressful to go on. The nature of it in and of itself, but again, going into people's homes that are already having a bad day, last person they want to see is a stranger coming in telling them what to do in their own kingdom.
This may be a very silly question, and I don't want to belabor the point. Is there a definition, because I saw with the exceptions, or I'm sorry, who's considered a victim? Mm-hmm. People that are or have possibly dated. Yep. Is there a definition for dating?
No.
Nope.
That
makes it more difficult.
That it presumes that it's more than once.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking of like online dating. If somebody, you've never met the person, yeah. You connected, I mean, this is a new issue.
Of course, yeah.
You connected online.
But now you're being harassed.
Right, well, that's harassment, but is that considered
dated,
domestic violence?
Yep.
Okay.
As long as it meets the definition of harassment, there's a repeated nature
Gotcha.
to it, and there's threats that are involved and that sort of thing.
So what about the first time things? Like people show up, we met on some dating site, people show up, it may not be domestic violence. Okay.
But if it's clear that there's some threat of ongoing behavior or threat of something, some violence or something.
It could be something else. Yeah. Right, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
But like from my perspective, it really matters whether it's categorized as that or not, because then to get the person out of jail, domestic violence cases are a lot harder.
Right.
To get them released than if it's just regular harassment or regular assault.
Right.
So yeah, is there a definition of dating currently? No, I'm asking in the policy.
I don't know of anyone.
Yeah,
I don't know of any definition of dating.
Because it's going to get funnier.
Yeah.
It just
you
the
know.
most basic things is that it presumes more than once, but not necessarily.
No.
Okay, and I was just thinking about what you were saying.
So if you've been on more than one date, you're in a dating relationship. But even that one date may be a circumstance where you could wind up, protected by domestic violence.
Yeah.
It's challenging.
And it depends on the person. I was in college and I lost a good friend due to domestic violence because he was beating up his girlfriend in college, and he pretty much, when the police was contacted, pretty much discounted her as, we never dated. She was like, no, we dated for close to a year, and it just so happens that my college girlfriend was her friend and said I better do something, and I had to do something. But that's a very touchy terrain.
Yeah.
Ooh, touchy.
Yeah, most of the wording they use, I know case law is liberal, especially with domestic, is liberally construed. So
Yeah.
you have a lot of leeway, to make that determination.
Okay. And the officer's protected.
Yes.
Okay.
This is protected, and it's the purpose of this leeway is to afford the
Yep.
victim with the most protections as
Right.
possible.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Did you get,
all.
oh, you got it.
Everyone, sorry, just a quick interruption. I need to change batteries. For
Oh,
how much longer will the
super.
presentation go?
Half hour-ish,
Good.
maybe 45 minutes. I ended my
Good.
order.
I'm not rushing anybody.
All right.
I'm not rushing, I'm telling you. So.
There you go.
Let me just give you a quick plan.
Use of force. All right, this is probably an area where I'll defer more to my counterparts from Newark because Newark has gone through several changes in the area of use of force. The base policy still remains in effect, obviously, for all law enforcement agencies, but Newark has been required as a result of the consent decree to go above and beyond the state's policies. They have a portion of their use of force report that is a weapons policy, shows all the tools in their toolbox when it comes to use of force. They also have a reporting requirement that's going to be much more stringent than what the state requires. So this will be a presentation where I may cover some things, and I know the lieutenant or the captain will jump in and say, well, regarding that, this is now what Newark does. So again, the state sets a standard. Individual agencies can make it more restrictive and require more of their officers. And I would imagine of the presentations that we've done today, the area of use of force is probably the most significant where there's going to be some differences. And again, it's not based on the core policy, it's just more, in some cases, restrictions, in some cases, reporting requirements that Newark has now undergone, somewhat to the effect of the results of the consent decree. Right?
1 second, Chief.
Yep.
Lieutenant, you're gonna give Ms. Passay the information regarding domestic violence matters?
Yes.
So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, send the policy.
Sorry.
Of course.
Yep.
All right. So the basic policy clearly defines circumstances when a law enforcement officer is justified in using force, right, to obtain a law enforcement objective. All right, their authority to use force, all right, we have a responsibility to take certain actions under certain circumstances. So that is where we start with our baseline foundation of using force. All right. It certainly has to be consistent with the laws of the state of New Jersey. Has to be consistent with the Attorney General's use of force policy. All right. And I'll back up. It has to be consistent with what your own department policy sets forth as a standard. All right. A couple of important concepts. Use of force is never routine. All right. And we say this in law enforcement all the time. No car stop is the same. No domestic violence call is the same. No use of force situation is ever the same, nor should they be considered routine. All right. The guiding principle that we try to follow is that the degree of force should be employed only that which is reasonably necessary. Okay? Go back to the Baltimore Inner Harbor skateboard job. I think throwing that kid on the ground was a little bit too extreme for the circumstances. Had that young man pushed the police officer and tried to prevent him from doing his lawful duty, well, he may be justified in physically restraining him. But grabbing him, the size of the officer versus the size of that 13-year-old, or whatever age he was, I think that was a little bit too extreme. Right? I don't think it rose to that level. I think the officer felt disrespected, right? And that's why he elevated to a faster level on his part. But the degree of force should be employed only which is reasonably necessary. We have a professional obligation, all right, if we see another...
Sorry, when you say reasonably necessary, I'm assuming it's defined in here somewhere, reasonably necessary for what?
Well, whatever book I look at for the definition of reasonably necessary, I'll probably get something a little bit different. But I like to use a general perspective of how another officer reasonably trained would act in a similar situation.
Is it reasonably necessary to protect the public, to protect yourself, to stop
Both.
the person from leaving?
It could be a combination of all the above. The general use of force principle is I can use force to protect my life or someone else when it comes to deadly force. So that's a standard when it comes to deadly force. I can protect my life, but I also have a right to protect this person's life, whether I know him or not. Reasonableness based on the circumstances. And again, because we played it earlier, looking at the Baltimore job, that was not reasonable based on the circumstances.
I think sometimes also can be the easiest way to look at it, or a simpler way to look at it, is to obtain a lawful objective, which may be the arrest, which may be just simply protecting somebody or myself. So that, you know, that's where that reasonable necessary comes into play. You're doing it for a lawful objective. That's your goal.
Because I think we keep having this issue when we review these policies, is that we find that this reasonably necessary term is not very consistent. It's not consistent, and we don't see parameters to it. And I know some terms are there's only so much you can do. But I
Right.
think this one is one that's particularly troublesome because it doesn't go forward to say reasonably necessary
Right.
for what? It could be reasonably necessary to protect property, and we know you can't use force for that.
Right. Well, that's all broken down in policy and in the AG. There's specific criteria when, what circumstances, whether it's property, whether it's life, liberty, and so, and there's like definitions because there's prior case law, that defines what objectively reasonable force is. So yeah, I know sometimes it can be vague or gray, but that's where it's like the chief said, it's reasonable based on an officer and a similarly trained and experienced officer in that situation. Right, we're not going to compare an officer that came out of the academy yesterday to someone who's been on the job 24 years. In terms of if someone later is viewing my actions or reviewing my actions. Yeah.
So you're saying that reasonableness is judged subjectively?
No, objectively.
Yeah.
Because if you're going by, well, I guess if you look at it objectively based on the officer's
Based
experience.
on factors too, factors that.
And the rest of this policy, right? It could be lawful, but then there's something in this policy that says, no, we don't want you to do that. We have de-escalation in this policy. We talk about what active resistance is, what can be done with passive resistance, and those sorts of things, imminent danger, all those kinds of things. It's possible that it's definitely possible that the officer can use force in a situation and it's legal, but it violates this policy.
I guess I don't want to hold up the training too long because I know we've been here for a while and attention spans get shorter. But I think that's definitely something that we're going to have to schedule follow-up training for because I don't think we can cover.
I think what's happening as we're reviewing policies is that when we use words or we see words like reasonable, it keeps seeming that the definition is based on what the officer perceives. And then the question comes up, what, without explanation. So we keep saying this, can it be further defined? Can we get explanation? Can we? Yeah. So I think that's what we're asking for because we spend a lot of time like, well, what does that mean? Yeah. And then I think your response of it's based on training, it's based on experience. In the policy, I think the intention of the policy is to give a clear definition. And I think, so what I'm hearing, we need to get a better understanding of how officers are trained
As to reasonable.
into what reasonable is. Perfect example, we were looking at the recording a police activity. It said something like reasonable distance to do your job. And the question is, well, would one officer feel threatened at 5 feet recording? Or, look, I want you to back up to the other street. And that's not defined in the policy.
It's objective and it's not based on that individual person.
Okay.
It's just based on a similar officer, similar circumstances.
And that's how the officers are trained?
Yes. I mean, they're trained scenario based with all this stuff
Okay.
now.
Okay, so even though it's not in the
scenario-based.
policy, I'm just trying to get clarification for the board members. Even though it's not in the policy, you're saying during the training on the policy,
Yes.
scenarios are given which would help
Oh, yeah.
define in the moment, but it's not captured in the policy. So I think maybe the question that we have to understand, that's the level of what is correct. That if that's the standard during training and not the standard explicitly explained in the policy, and we're just trying, it's just understanding what we're supposed to look at.
It's one and the same, I would
Okay.
say. It's one and the same. The standard is the policy. The problem is, we'll consider, folks, attorneys do and judges in courtrooms after the fact and, debate meanings of different things. What we want is, we want to be able to train people to apply this stuff on the street. And I think it's pretty clear, like the highest level of learning is when folks are able to recreate these situations themselves in training environments and participate in that. And it's not just being lectured to and memorizing legal definitions that they just don't have the ability to connect when something is happening quickly.
And I think we understand that. I think the question that comes up is, in the moment, when a police officer is in that situation, understanding there's 10,000 scenarios that you can't possibly train on, what is expected of the officer in that moment? Like what are they trained to go back on? What reasonable? Are they going back to the word reasonable?
I tell you, it's Graham versus O'Connor. What you're saying is Graham versus O'Connor.
Okay.
It really is. It's the severity of the crime at issue, whether the suspect poses an imminent threat to the safety of the officer or others, whether she are actively resisting. And the Graham versus O'Connor is a great case that you would see where the officer had no idea what was going on. And specifically what happened was 2 officers happened to be in an area where a guy was having a diabetic reaction. He didn't know this, he was a distance, but he saw the car pull up, right? The guy run into a store, convenience type of store, immediately run out of the store. The officer thought there might be some crime afoot, maybe a robbery, maybe something going on. He stops the car, the driver tries to explain he's having a shock, but in the instance he's trying to investigate what's going on as he believes something happened. And Captain, and even if I'm missing any of the points here, and then there is a little bit of a struggle involved. The gentleman actually even got hurt a little bit during the incident, but they went back and considered all of these factors, what was known at the time, what was not known, what was going on, and what gave rise, and in that instance he was actually justified.
Right.
This is a 1989 case, and those factors, called the Graham factors, are what are generally utilized when determining objective reasonableness, and that's where objective reasonableness standard came from. That particular case.
There's that end, but I would still argue that when we review them, because we review every use of force incident, I'm sure you know, there's added layers of this. I think the bottom line is just trying to get down to the simple point of was it absolutely necessary?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's what we're looking. That's the gray area that we're trying to make change.
Do you find, you mentioned in the beginning that, you're working on policies, trying to get them approved, and then the lawyers are saying this. Do you find that in that back and forth process, perhaps lawyers or people that are trying to cover every possible scenario, do they look for more definition in the policy?
They do.
They
absolutely.
do. Okay.
And the folks involved, I'll say this, there's 2 attorneys that we deal with regularly from the Civil Rights Division at DOJ and DC, plus there's 2 assistant U.S. attorneys from the Civil Rights Unit in New York that we deal with, and that's just on the federal side. And then there's attorneys that are SMEs from the monitoring team. And I think there's a tremendous amount of legal experience with this stuff that's involved. And that's part of the reason why it holds this stuff up. But I'm pretty confident that the stuff that we have, ultimately, once we can get it and get it approved and get it out there, is the best it can be. It's just been so long.
One of the things that comes into play is not just the legalities of it, but the bias of police officers. So it's bias of all human beings.
Yes,
so is that
that's right.
Is that factored into the training? That it's one thing for me to say, well, these are the experiences I've had, and I'm a better police officer because I've had these experiences, and I'm operating from the knowledge base I gained from that. Or what detects the officer's bias? The assumptions that people make sometimes, which are even subconscious.
Absolutely.
Which has a tendency to be what the community believes happens in the
Yes.
moment that the officer determines, in this case, I should use deadly force, whereas in that case I didn't, and that decision, that split-second decision is made based on that person's individual bias. And if that stuff is not factored into the training of us officers, it's ineffective because my experience will never tell or never highlight that.
Yes. Absolutely. And I would suggest it's not just use of force. It's every decision that's made that weaves through all these different policies. And it is covered at different points through all of these policies. However, we're starting, I think, April 30th or first week of May is the beginning of implicit bias training for the department. And it's going to be an 8-hour course that folks are coming in to begin. It's going to begin with the command staff. The captains and deputy chiefs, to get them involved, and there's going to train instructors, and that'll be something we do for all officers. Not just implicit bias, we'll be doing for all officers 8 hours every
And that's just starting now?
That's now, yeah.
Has it ever been
specifically
done
for-
before?
Yeah, I mean, it's been included in, community engagement, it's mentioned in some of the use of force stuff, but not devoting that much time specifically to that. It's in, we have the bias policy that's been out, and folks have gotten training on that, online and all that stuff, but not on this level.
Is
Not
this-
the entire department.
So this is the first time that's like department-wide mandatory implicit bias training?
No, but not of this scope, not of this dosage. 8 hours in class, everyone regardless of rank has to participate.
Okay.
So
There has been before.
yeah, in
but not
essence,
of
they
this.
touch on it with different initiatives, and but this board is mainly concerned about the actual definition, because when we read and we go into policies, we actually want to be clear on certain matters, and this is paramount, use of force. As you know, there was a report with the state for New Jersey Advanced Media. We are always engaged in lengthy conversations, sometimes beyond board service hours, because of the use of force. This is why you're getting so many different perspectives regarding the board members here. So we know that we applaud your efforts, but we need to be clear, because when we examine certain matters, especially with policy and maybe some things in the future, we want to actually be the vehicle that actually helps out residents, and that's what our job is.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done with my question. Sorry, Rich. So this implicit bias training, is it going to be a routine training? Is it just this one time that you have planned, or is this?
No.
So what is going to be the policy as far as implicit bias training?
8 hours, every sworn member, every year.
It's yearly.
Yeah.
Annually.
Okay.
Are we going to be privy to that training?
Any training you want.
All right. So we have.
I thought
I've
so.
been involved with a lot of
Yeah.
different trainings.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I've been at the 7th. I've been all over.
Okay. Yeah.
Pretty much. Just want to see if we can actually have an extension to invitation
Yeah.
regarding our board service and how important our jobs are with CCRB.
Yeah.
All right.
And there's still, Lisa, you mentioned you've been to Stop Search and Arrest, that's the one at the 7th, that's still going on. Anybody's interested in
Yep.
that? And then as soon as we get done with something, we have to start again.
All over
because there's
again.
just So much, yeah.
Right. So maybe perhaps, and I don't know if it's a listserv, if it comes to me, I get it out to the board, some of these trainings, but unless, he says, hey, I'm attending this training, I don't necessarily get the information to get it out. And I'm not saying everyone can attend, but there might be some interest if
Yeah.
we can get that information.
Yeah, definitely.
And then, of course, I'd coordinate to see, 3 people want to show up or anything like that.
Of course, yeah.
Very touchy piece here. So
Yeah,
just
yeah.
want you. We don't mean to start.
And I think it's only just really quick. It's only touchy because we don't want to spend a 2-hour discussion saying, should we be asking for more definition in this? Should we be asking for more example? When that's actually against what the goal of these policies are. If the goal is to be written in a way that we look at case law, we look at review after the fact, versus giving enough information before the event. Because
Yeah.
that's kind of, I think, where we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
And if that's not, I think we need to understand the goals of the policies before we're able to put our hats on and say, the community is not, they're asking for more of this.
Sure.
So that's why we're asking so many questions.
I think there will be, there always going to be changes, with the policies as it all evolves. But I mean, right now, I think it's this policy alone, just the generic use of force is 17 pages. It's got to be at least probably about 50 pages in total of the 3 policies that relate to use of force: the use of force policy itself, the force investigations policy,
Reporting.
and the weapons policy. So all 3 of those make up our use of force policies.
Okay.
So it's already at least 50 pages of stuff. But, and that was all vetted in the same way. But I think with all this stuff, there will be, it is something that needs to be reviewed annually and things be enhanced whenever there is something identified.
Just like you said earlier, like with the situation with car chases, sometimes
Right.
it changes,
Right, absolutely.
sometimes it doesn't.
Absolutely.
Residents see a car going
Yeah.
by and the police stop right there. Why are you not doing anything? Well,
Right.
we're actually obligated not to do anything
Right.
because of the situation regarding community doesn't want us engaged in that because of whatever happened before. then it changes. Now we can engage in those car chases or whatever, or pursuit, as we mentioned earlier. So, okay.
So where I spoke before that motor vehicle pursuit and domestic violence policies have not changed significantly over the last 20, 25 years, use of force has changed significantly. Right? The advent of other methods of force, and we'll touch on them later, less lethal force, such as conducted energy device or taser, has definitely made a much greater impact on use of force policies. And when you have a chance, and I'll say it just repetitive, it's in the handouts that Nork had, the lieutenant mentioned those 2 cases that really set the framework for the use of force policy that we follow here in New Jersey. Right? 1985 case of Tennessee versus Garner. Okay, still precedent setting, in this country, obviously here in New Jersey as well. And Graham versus Connor, 1989, which really got into the old reasonableness factor, if you will, on use of force. Right, and that same buzzword, reasonableness, obviously also goes into motor vehicle pursuit as well. Right? But those 2 cases, if you have a chance to delve into some of the details of those cases, I think it gives you a great framework of how the use of force policies in New Jersey are written, because they both rely. Use of force policy relies on Tennessee Garner and Graham versus Connor. So I left off on a professional obligation of a law enforcement officer's duty to step in if another officer is going above and beyond, the force that they should be using. Okay. That situation in Baltimore, if another officer was there, I would have expected to see him say, "Hey, John, it's all good, brother. I got it. Calm down, calm down. For whatever reason, he's having a bad day." Right? Some officers out there, and I believe in the 20% rule. I didn't mention this before, but we kind of touched on every given profession has people that are just, out of control sometimes. So I believe in the 20% rule. Right? 20% of the people in any given organization are problem employees. Maybe it's 10%, maybe it's 5%, maybe it's 35%, right? But on average, 20%. And I came from a small department, and I had guys in my agency that I knew were the type of guys that pour gas on a fire. They weren't the de-escalation type. They weren't the calm and cool collective type. Right? I pride myself in being a good communicator. I'm not going to intimidate someone by walking in the room being 6'5" and be able to calm things down just because you're afraid I'm going to whoop your butt. I have to rely on my communication skills to calm things down and de-escalate. So even in a small department, I knew I had some people that didn't de-escalate. They made situations worse, right? And we had to deal with them. We had to try to get them to think differently, think more critically, etc. So this presentation gives you a baseline use of force. The captain and lieutenant mentioned combine your use of force policy in the city, your weapons policy, which gives you all the tools in your toolbox, and your reporting requirements, and your investigation requirements. Force investigation team, or FIT, going to total 50 pages. The state's policy on use of force sets the minimum standard, probably going to be about 8 or 9 pages. Okay, so Newark is going above and beyond in several different areas on use of force. Granted, some of it may be as a result of changing times, some of it may be as a result of the consent decree. But we're getting there, and the city's getting there, regardless of the path that we took to get there. Right? But there is a professional obligation to prevent other officers from doing, quote unquote, the wrong thing. And I tell people all the time, it's on video. Some way, shape, or form, it's on a city camera, it's on someone's cell phone, it's on someone's body camera, someone's car camera. It's on video in some way, shape, or form. So we have foundations of police decision making. Okay? Sound judgment and appropriate exercise of discretion. Okay? We recognize that there is that standard that we're going to take police action. And every situation is different, but there are some similarities in situations as they go across the spectrum as well. Right? I'm dealing with a baseline foundation of police decision making. Right? The state issues this policy statement. This is any officer who uses force consistent with law and this policy will be strongly supported by the law enforcement community. Okay? Me, I think the key words here are consistent with law and the policy. Just like pursuit. You go rogue and go outside the policy, you're on your own. You don't follow rules of the department, rules that the state sets forth, rules in your own general orders, you're going to be on your own. If you follow the rules, we will support you. All right. Definitions that we'll cover. And I just look, the state policy lists, 9 or so definitions. I just quickly reviewed the Newark policy when we were in this last discussion. I counted at least 20 definitions. So I talk about Newark being above and beyond what the state's requiring. You'll definitely see it here as we go through some of these definitions. All right? I will review constructive authority, physical contact, physical force, mechanical force, deadly force, reasonable belief, imminent threat, and substantial risk over the next couple slides. But just in a global view, Newark is going above and beyond in this area. Constructive authority. That's the lowest possible level of force. That's me walking into a room in uniform saying, sir, what's wrong? How can I help you? That's constructive authority. It does not involve any physical contact with the person. I use my authority to exert control over a subject, and that authority is sometimes just me standing there in uniform. Examples: verbal commands, gestures, warnings, unholstering a weapon. The state policy says just taking your gun out of the holster is an example of constructive authority. Does Newark still have that?
Yes.
Okay, but there's a reporting requirement if you want to
Yes.
holster. Okay, so that's an
Yeah.
area where we'll touch on a little bit different.
Yep.
Newark now, and I remember that was in progress when I was here 2 years ago.
Yes.
Taking your weapon out is now going to generate a separate type of report with the city of Newark that it would not in a local police department.
And exerting control.
Okay.
As long as there's somebody there, you're exerting control
Okay.
over it. That's a big issue with us in the agency. A lot of,
Yeah, that was the
lot of hoo-ha
policy
going
before.
on.
Right.
Right. I don't think that's probably anywhere in the state, I'll bet.
Yeah.
I don't know of any other agencies.
I don't
that
bet you
have
nowhere in the
that.
state's doing
If
that.
you're checking a vacant building in the middle of the night and you have your gun out, does that require an additional report?
No.
But if you're pointing at
If
someone.
you come across somebody now.
There's someone there.
Okay, okay.
Someone
Right.
winds up being in there, whether you
Right.
point it or not, that
Right.
has to be reported.
But before it was not there,
Correct.
regarding
Right.
the consent decree.
Right. And
Okay.
Newark, I think, is the
Nowhere
only one in
else
the
in
state
New Jersey.
that
Okay.
does that.
There's a couple of things with use of force that Newark does that nowhere else in the state does. They send
Okay.
4 or 5 attorneys from the AG's office here to talk with us, to get copies of the training, copies of the policies. Because of that NJ.com thing, they're considering adding in some of these layers that we have here for the whole state.
So real quick, and you might have just already given me the answer. In terms of when you see police officers not pointing but holding down, like they just
That has
take their
to be
weapon
reported.
to a vehicle,
Mhm.
there's an automatic, you got to write a
Yeah.
report.
Absolutely. And the purpose of the report, even though it's recorded and stuff, is just to generate another indicator, right? So like, just like when we report with the vehicle pursuits. So now that's tracked. And now we know, Jack pulled his gun out 5 times this year, and no one else that works in the same squad or same time of day or whatever. It's just another indicator.
Do you know if it's required that justification has to be given in the report?
Yes, I mean, yeah, you have to explain.
They're gonna
why.
articulate why they're doing it, sure.
Why they believe
Okay.
it was necessary. And everyone looks at it as a negative thing. Not everyone, but like, it's the pushback that I feel and I get from within the department
Right.
is, you're gonna get somebody killed. They're gonna be afraid to pull out their gun, and it's gonna be too late, and the officer's gonna die. Literally, this is what I get
Right.
now. from
Because you
my-
have to do a report.
Because you have to
Right,
do a
right,
report. Can you
right.
imagine? But then in the reality is because it's tracked now. Because people feel like, oh, it's tracked and they're gonna go after me if I pull it out too many times or something. It's, listen, as long as it's justified, you're fine. I mean, in reality, it's probably the opposite. So if I've been in 10 situations this year dealing with armed people and it resolved peacefully and I pulled my gun out and there was no shots fired, that should be a positive thing. But if we're looking at a number of situations and it kind of sounds like there might be an issue there, that's something that needs to be, a managerial control, just another thing that needs to be looked at. But that's probably the toughest thing right now, that it's just something that gets in their heads, that they're opposed to without even thinking about, that they're just gonna have to get used to.
And they have criteria in the policy which spells out those instances when you can do that. So yeah, it becomes a blue team entry where it has to be justified. Yeah, that's one of those new things, and obviously there's pushback, like the captain said, because of what you just said.
So the primary purpose here is to use for a deterrent, like the situation here concerning constructive authority? Or are we looking at?
Accountability.
Okay,
To
all
provide
right.
accountability, absolutely, and to track it.
Okay.
Because you're supposed to have a reason when you pull out your weapon.
Yes.
Right.
Because it's not just every motor vehicle stop, I just do that because it's just my normal protocol, because I don't know, I work in Newark, so I pull out my gun every time. There has to be another reason, maybe it's a robbery car, the description meets the description of a car, it's a robbery, or whatever the case may be.
And I mean, to a
it's
regular,
Heightened caution
I'm
and,
It
saying,
is dangerous.
and to a regular person, officer unholstering their weapon is a
Yes.
significant
Yes.
thing.
Right.
It's
Yes.
not something
It's a
minor. It's not like
significant event.
showing them
Absolutely.
your badge.
Right.
Yes. And
Right.
I mean, it's dangerous in terms of officer safety as well. So
Yeah.
you're walking into a situation, the holsters have retention. So the minute you take your gun out, now you're injecting a gun into the situation that somebody could get a hold of and use against you. So I mean, it's all these factors that we try and explain to them to get some buy-in. But it's just so easy with any change, especially stuff that involves accountability. It's something easy that just, oh, you're gonna get somebody killed, that they have like almost like a visceral reaction to it.
Anytime you introduce reporting, anytime it's just.
But it works. Surveillance has been a thing, particularly in criminology, that works.
Yeah.
People
Absolutely.
mentally, when they know they're being watched,
Somebody's watching.
alter their behavior. It's just the truth of it. The problem is who's watching the watchers.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so after constructive authority, the next level of force moving up is physical contact. Physical contact is considered routine or procedural contact with the subject. It can be, it is necessary to effectively accomplish a law enforcement objective. And some examples could be walking a suspect to a police car, telling him to put his hands behind his back, putting handcuffs on him, patting him down for a frisk. Right? There's no resistance under a physical contact situation. Next level would be physical force. There's a little bit of resistance. It's beyond what is generally used to effect an arrest or other lawful objective. This is someone who's pushing back a little bit, or literally and figuratively. They don't want to be arrested. They're not complying with my request. Right? I can use physical force to overcome their physical resistance. Examples: wrestling, arm lock, striking with hands or feet. The next level of force is going to be mechanical force. Mechanical force is defined as using a device or substance other than a firearm. This pen could be a form of mechanical force. If I stick it between your fingers and squeeze, it's going to hurt really bad, right? That's a form of mechanical force, right? Any device or substance other than a firearm. Mace or OC spray is going to be considered mechanical force. A PR-24 or a police baton is mechanical force. We've moved to another level now. We have enhanced mechanical force, which is going to be a taser, or proper terminology, a conductive energy device is going to be considered enhanced mechanical force, but at its baseline is still mechanical force. Again, we're overcoming a subject's resistance. They're pushing back. They're not complying with what I'm asking them to do. Examples: baton, other objects. I didn't mention a canine is considered mechanical force. And the top level, deadly force, right? Force with the purpose of causing, or which the officer knows to create, a substantial risk of death or serious bodily injury. And this is what we're getting into some other definitions, such as substantial risk. Right? Purposely firing at or in the direction of another person, vehicle, or building, which we believe persons to be in, right, creates a substantial risk of causing death or serious bodily injury. Right. The production of a weapon, right, to use a weapon, unholster it as a form of constructive authority, does not constitute deadly force. I had an instructor 30 years ago that told me deadly force occurs when that bullet leaves the gun, or the potential of deadly force occurs. Just taking my gun out, even pointing it at someone, is not deadly force. Deadly force is when I'm in a situation that could cause the death of somebody else. Using a firearm, deadly force is going to be when the bullet leaves the gun.
So think about that. That's kind of amazing. A police officer in New Jersey pulls his gun out and points it at somebody, points it in their face. The only place in New Jersey where that must be reported is Newark. That's crazy. Anybody else points a firearm at somebody, that's an aggravated assault, right? Just simply pointing a firearm. But presuming everything else is legal and rational, the only place in New Jersey where there must be a force report to accompany whatever else is going on is Newark.
To the captain's point, in West Caldwell, you're going to do a report, and in your report you may articulate that at this point I drew my firearm and pointed it at so-and-so. In Newark, you have to do that incident report, what they call an 802, and a separate force report.
Yeah.
And we're the only agency of the 500 some odd in the state. Reasonable belief, another definition. It is an objective assessment on what's taking place at the time, and based on how a reasonably trained officer with comparable training and experience would react or draw inferences from facts and circumstances known by the officer at the scene. Right. Reasonable belief is a cornerstone for the appropriate use of force. Right. Officers often make split-second decisions. We talk about how quickly you have to decide something in a pursuit, how quickly we have to decide something in domestic violence. You have a fraction of that time in a use of force situation. Circumstances are tense, unpredictable, and certainly they are rapidly evolving. Right. We can use reasonable force to accomplish an objective. Again, I mentioned that Baltimore job. Right. That, in my opinion, was not reasonable based on the task that he was trying to accomplish in those circumstances. Right. There is no perfect scenario, no perfect or precise prescription for the application of force. As we know, every situation is going to be a little bit different. All the facts transpiring during the officer's interaction with the subject are considered in evaluating whether or not it was reasonable. We know that reasonable belief can change as circumstances change. Right? A federal court ruling said a passing risk to a police officer is not an ongoing license to kill an ongoing or an otherwise unthreatening suspect. That's why I mentioned, look at those two cases, the Tennessee Garner 1985, Graham versus Connor 1989. Right? They set the foundation for the use of force policies that we still utilize today. What is the subject doing? Is it just verbal resistance? We talk about people, and I've heard the director say this many times. The average citizen is allowed to have a bad day. It's not personal, right? We've been in the police academy, they yell and scream at you, they give you a hard time, but if they weren't yelling and screaming at me, they'd be yelling and screaming at somebody else. It's not personal, right? Is it just verbal resistance? Is it passive physical resistance? I'm just kind of shying away from you. I'm not putting my hand behind my back, but I'm not actually attacking you physically either. It's passive. Is it active physical? You're trying to arrest me, and I'm physically pulling away or physically pushing you away from me so you can't complete your lawful objective. Is it armed resistance? Again, you could stab me in the eye with that pen, and it doesn't have to be a gun, it doesn't have to be a knife, it can be some other type of armed resistance. Obviously a firearm would be included in that. Officer's action. We hear this a lot in law enforcement and court decisions. What is the totality of the circumstances? That's weighing all the facts known at the time, circumstances, date, time, location, who's involved, etc., what they're doing, how they're acting. The officer's action does depend on the totality of the circumstances. Right? The officer can use a reasonable force option to accomplish his law enforcement objective. Right? Officer's actions. Right? He has the totality of the circumstances. He has different options. Constructive authority, lowest level. Physical contact, physical force, mechanical force, deadly force. It doesn't have to go in this order. You could be in a constructive authority situation where I walk in, I'm in uniform, that's constructive authority. Someone pulls out a gun and points it at me, I'm going from A to D pretty quickly, right? I don't have to go to this level, or that level, or that level. I also don't have to retreat. If I'm prepared to use my baton, I don't have to back out of that situation. I can go to deadly force if the circumstances justify, based on the action of the person that I'm dealing with. So it's not a perfect system where you have to go step by step by step. I can go from constructive authority to deadly force in a split second, based on the circumstances.
The other thing too, could you put that? Sure. The other thing too that I find that in talking to people from the community, that sometimes people have like a preconceived notion about is they think it's set up that it's like, okay, carjacking, you can go with mechanical, or like folks have a lot of times have a sense that thinking that based on the crime that points to the force, but it's just kind of as I think as Mike's saying, it's not like that at all. It's the totality of the circumstances, and yes, the offense plays into that, but you have folks that committed carjacking where there's no force at all. It's such a it's a kind of a dynamic process with this, and it's not defined based on these offenses go here or these go there kind of thing.
The next slide is going to be escalation and de-escalation. This is an area that more and more agencies are getting involved and providing training on. I know New York is certainly doing it. An officer may increase or decrease the use of force to accomplish a law enforcement objective. A law enforcement officer is not required to desist just because somebody resists. But once the suspect submits to the officer's use of force, the officer must stop. He must desist the application of force that he's using because you have now complied. A definition of imminent danger: threatened actions or outcomes that may occur during an encounter. What's going to happen if I don't do this? What happens if I do that? imminent danger. Threatened harm does not have to be instantaneous. I could be in a situation where somebody pulls out a gun, right? I'm placing myself in a situation where imminent danger is present. If I don't do this, I may get killed. If I don't take action, someone else may be killed. Suspect is carrying a weapon and running for cover. Right? Read that Tennessee versus Garner case. Someone is running away from law enforcement. And unfortunately, we've seen incidents in the news in recent years where someone's running away and they get shot in the back while they're running. I say to myself, right then and there, watching that guy's going to get fired, sued, and wind up in jail. Right? Just based on what I see from a 5-second clip. When you're running away, what's the level of threat? Now, if you're pointing your gun in the playground while you're running away, I'm going to be justified as fair game for stopping you. But if you're not, I have to be able to evaluate it. Substantial risk. Right? Disregard of foreseeable likelihood that innocent persons will be in danger. If you're running into a building and I start shooting, what are the chances are that innocent people in that building could also be hit? Right? That is a substantial risk that innocent persons could be hurt. Right? Firing a weapon into a confined space, room, vehicle, etc., occupied by innocent persons. So we talked about before in the first block on vehicle pursuit, shooting at or from a moving vehicle. If I shoot at a moving vehicle, if I'm lucky enough to hit the driver, what's happening to that car? It's still going, right? And no one can stop it. Use of non-deadly force. The officer may use physical or mechanical force, which is officer has a reasonable belief is immediately necessary. To overcome resistance, these are circumstances where you can use non-deadly force. Protect an officer or third party from unlawful force, and also to protect property and to effect a lawful objective. I can use non-deadly force to arrest you for a violation of law. I can use non-deadly force to overcome your resistance. I can use non-deadly force to protect an officer or another party from unlawful force. And I can use non-deadly force to protect property. All right, when feasible, officers should immediately identify himself or herself and state our actions and intentions. If I'm in uniform, I think most people would reasonably believe that I don't need to identify myself. In the heat of battle, I'm in uniform. If I'm in plain clothes, maybe a different story. What's the purpose of my actions? Right? Do not need to do if it would increase danger to another person or the officer. Protection of property. Before using physical or mechanical force to protect property, the officer should, where feasible, ask a person to desist unless some other circumstances would garner that request to be useless. Right? Or it's dangerous to make that request. Or substantial harm would be done to property. Deadly force is not justified solely to protect property. All right. The officer may use deadly force when the officer reasonably believes that it is immediately necessary to protect the officer or another person. Right? As law enforcement officers, I can use deadly force to protect my life or the life of someone else. Could be my partner, could be a John Q. citizen, member of the public. Right? But we have that ability to use deadly force to protect our own lives as well as the lives of other people from imminent death or serious bodily harm. Deadly force to prevent escape. All right? If the officer has reasonable cause to believe a suspect committed an offense which caused or attempted to cause the death of serious bodily harm, and this is a key word here, and the subject poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm should they escape, and use of deadly force prevents no substantial risk of injury to other innocent people. So there's two ends here. All three steps are what a law enforcement officer needs to use deadly force on someone who's just trying to get away from it. It's not an either or. You need all three bullets under there, and that's clearly identified in that case of Tennessee versus Garner, 1985 Supreme Court case. Right? If feasible, officers should attempt to identify himself or herself and state intention to shoot before using a firearm. Protection of life is the guiding principle as this entire policy moves towards. Restrictions on use of deadly force. Right? Law enforcement officers are under no obligation to retreat or desist, right, when encountered or threatened. We shall not use deadly force if we reasonably believe that another alternative is available. Is there an alternative? An alternative to deadly force will avert or eliminate imminent danger or death of serious bodily harm. Will it achieve the law enforcement purpose at no increased risk to the officer or other persons? I mentioned before that officer that places himself in the path of a moving vehicle and purposely places himself there. He's creating those circumstances. Then try and use that as justification to shoot at a moving car. You cannot create those circumstances and then use that as your form of justification. Other factors to be considered. Officers should not do anything which increases the danger to the officer or anyone else. And even though it's not pursuit policy, that example I just gave you holds true there. Shouldn't create something that makes it more dangerous. Alternatives include taking cover, use of voice commands, property destruction. I should not use deadly force to a person whose actions are only destructive to property. Suicide. Deadly force shall not be used against a person whose conduct is only injurious, and the key is to themselves. If they only want to harm themselves, I can't be justified in just shooting them so they don't kill themselves. If they're pointing a gun at someone else, right, that changes the scenario. But if it's only dangerous to themselves or injurious to themselves, right, what change in circumstances could justify the use of deadly force? I'm threatening to kill myself and I point the gun to you. Right? They call that SBC, or suicide by cop. That happens. Some people don't have the internal fortitude to take their own life when they're going through troubled times, so they want the police to do it. So they're threatening to kill themselves, they have a gun, they're pointing it at their head. They don't have the internal fortitude to pull the trigger, so they point it at you. You as a police officer. Less lethal ammunition. Right? Less lethal is defined as ammunition approved by the Attorney General designed to stun, temporarily incapacitate, or cause temporary discomfort without penetrating the person's body. Rubber bullets, beanbag bullets, taser, could be less lethal ammunition. Some agencies have them, some agencies do not. Again, it's an agency by agency decision.
Every officer has them, or just
your
like
emergency response folks, the SWAT team.
Okay.
And they're trained in it, and they, go through, and that's why they're called to your hostage situations or barricaded person situations. Enhanced mechanical force, right? An intermediate force level, intermediate between traditional mechanical, which is batons, pepper spray, canines, and deadly force. Right? It requires a greater level of justification than that pertaining to physical mechanical force, but lower than deadly force. So we have our 5 basic levels. We have our mechanical force, we have our deadly force, and in between, in recent years, we've established another layer referred to as enhanced mechanical force. Use of lethal ammunition, beanbags, rubber bullets, pepper balls, conducted energy devices. And the Attorney General has established a list of approved less than lethal types of ammunition. Warning shots are prohibited. You're running away from me, I want you to stop. I can't pull my gun out and point it up in the sky and blow off a few rounds for you fearing that I'm actually shooting at you, and then you stop. Right? You're responsible for that bullet once it leaves the gun. Regardless of where it goes, it's going to come down at some point. You are responsible. So warning shots are not permitted. Right? And I just mentioned this. You are responsible for that bullet. When it leaves your gun to where it lands and or hits something, you are responsible for it. Shooting at a moving vehicle. All right, this is going to be repetitive from domestic motor vehicle pursuit. As it touched on use of force. Right? Any discharge of a firearm entails some level of risk. Right? Discharging a firearm at or from a moving vehicle entails greater risk because we're either in a vehicle that's moving, or as I mentioned a few minutes ago, you shoot at a moving vehicle and you disable the driver in some way, shape, or form, that car's still going. Right? I say this to people who don't wear the seatbelt. When you hit a tree, the car stops. But if you're not wearing a seatbelt and you hit a tree at 50 miles an hour, your body's still doing 50. And it's got to hit something. The steering wheel, the tree in front of you, the windshield, etc. That car's still going to be moving after you disable the driver by shooting at him. Safety of innocent people is jeopardized when the fleeing suspect is disabled and they lose control of their vehicle, as I just mentioned. Substantial risk of harm to occupants of the suspect vehicle who may not be involved in an incident, obviously people on a sidewalk, etc. And firearms are not effective at bringing vehicles to a rapid halt. You know, we watch TV, shoot the tires, do this, do that. It's not an effective way. Most people probably can't shoot a tire at a vehicle going by them at 50 miles an hour, certainly not at a higher speed. And that car is still going to keep going. All right. Shall not fire at or from a moving vehicle unless the officer reasonably believes, and again, this is repetitive from the motor vehicle pursuit that we reviewed a little while ago. Exists imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the officer or another person. And there's no other means available to avert or eliminate the danger. This is where I talked about trying to disable the vehicle, shoot out the radiator, shoot out the tires, etc. That is not allowed. Cannot fire solely to disable a vehicle.
Yep.
First priority is to move out of the way. Right? They call it state-created circumstances, right? I work for a municipal police department. I'm a kind of a subdivision of the state. Right? I cannot create circumstances. I cannot make up circumstances to justify shooting at a vehicle. Your first priority is to move out of the way. An officer should not intentionally place himself or herself in the path of an oncoming vehicle and then use that as an attempt to disable it or stop the driver. Exhibiting a firearm, officers should not take out their firearms except for maintenance purposes, securing their firearms during training exercise, practice, or qualifications. Right? This is obviously in addition to justifying unholstering your weapon during the course of normal duty. But otherwise, it does not come out of the holster. Right? When circumstances create reasonable belief that it may be necessary to use a firearm, and when circumstances create a belief that the display of a firearm is an element of constructive authority that helps establish or maintain control in a potentially dangerous situation. Right? This is where Newark has gone above and beyond and now required an additional report. If an officer points his firearm at someone, he's required to do, or she's required to do, an additional report for unholstering a weapon. Right? And my conversation earlier, if they're checking a vacant building in the middle of the night and they have their firearm out, no additional report is required. If they encounter someone and they point the weapon at someone, even without pulling the trigger, it does require an additional firearms display report. Use of force reports. Any level of force that's physical, mechanical, or deadly force, officer must complete. Reports necessary by the nature of the underlying incident and a separate use of force report. Again, Newark is going to go above and beyond this. My department would do just an investigation report. We would document what we did, why we did it. Levels of use of force. We use pepper spray, use a canine. There's separate use of force reports that have to be completed above and beyond a standard investigation report. And these reports...
So there's a couple things related to this that we do in addition to this bare minimum requirement, right? So this is saying you have to file a use of force report anytime you use a force, right? So we've all seen, because of the NJ.com thing, that there was all sorts of variation throughout the state in terms of when they actually did this, when they didn't, whether or not the reports were forwarded to the county prosecutor or the attorney general like they were supposed to, et cetera. And that's kind of a separate issue. Are they even properly recorded at times? Because then if they're not reporting things, then it might look like some agencies are using force less and some agencies are using it a lot more, when in reality, they're just reporting it and being more accurate in their reporting. The other thing I want to point out is,
Thank you.
this only requires you to file that report. It doesn't require you to investigate it or do anything. And Newark now investigates all uses of force. All use of force incidents are not just reported, there's a full-blown investigation with all of them. And then the investigation is reviewed by the All Force Investigations and Tracking Team, the AFIT unit. And that's a component of the Office of Professional Standards, IA. In addition, this policy requires only those officers who use force to file reports. Our policy now requires any officer who witnesses an officer using force must file a continuation report to the incident, which is the criminal investigation report, as well as a supplemental use of force report, which is important in terms of, documenting specifically what happened, and holding even those officers who didn't use force, holding them accountable if there is an issue with the incident. Because the thing commonly here, and it's always been the case, but I think culturally something that folks tend to believe that's kind of like a supervisor's responsibility to intervene and stuff. Like if we were all police officers at an incident and something's going on and you think perhaps the officer should not use force in this incident or should stop using force, etc. I think culturally it's always been like that's the role of the supervisor to make those calls. So this is regardless of rank, that's just the reality of it. Every officer, if he's a deputy chief and I'm a police officer and I've seen him using force inappropriately, it's my duty to intervene in that situation. So that's where forcing everyone who's at an incident that witnesses use of force, that's where that's going. They have to file a written statement on what they have involved as well. And another additional thing that we are able to do here that probably the average department in New Jersey wouldn't. So in addition to causing the investigation, before that even happens, immediately an uninvolved supervisor must respond to the scene. Because what we see what happens is like some of the stuff like you mentioned before, like you'll see a pursuit, for example, and there's all these police cars that come, and then there's a bailout and they run, and there's a use of force incident or what have you. So now all that stuff happens, and let's say force was used as well. Now an uninvolved supervisor must respond to the scene and handle the initial stuff before even the AFIT unit gets involved. So those are like additional layers that were added onto it, and some of which I think we may be seeing. At the minimum, I think we'll see when the AG guideline, this guideline is revised for New Jersey. At a minimum, I think we'll probably see something with reporting constructive authority, that's the unholstering of the firearm. I think we'll see something with the witnessing officers being required to report, and I would think investigating at the minimum serious use of force, serious uses of force, not just report.
I think being around for 30 years or so in the law enforcement circle, I think that Newark is going to be used as a model for other agencies for some of these reporting requirements, and certainly they've done a lot of legwork. I left here 2 years ago, and they were just getting started with the force investigation team. And I really think it's going to be a model for other agencies to look at, starting at the state level, but using it as a result of the recent use of force reports that were put out through New Jersey Advanced Media and NewJersey.com. I think that coupled with the work that Newark has done, getting it properly vetted by subject matter experts, getting it vetted by local Department of Justice attorneys here in Newark, as well as civil rights attorneys in Washington that are on the consent decree team. I think you'll see some of the things that they're doing here as a model that other agencies are eventually going to raise the bar a little bit in their own agencies for this.
I forgot, after all that, we still have the review board also.
Yeah.
So just like there was for vehicle pursuits, the whole incident can be reviewed a month later at the review.
Well, it will. It's like I was sitting there listening. One, how often Newark, you guys say Newark is doing stuff to other people, and that's pretty commendable and needed. But I also, heard you refer to the resistance you get from the officers.
Yeah.
Sort of we kind of identify with that. Oversight is necessary, and the perception about oversight is sometimes anti-productive.
Yes.
So the same way that you receive pushback based on your forcing officers to be in compliance with the oversight protocols, we as a board sort of are having the same fight.
Yeah, I feel it every day. I mean, in the past, there've been either any policy change. It goes out. There's an email. Years ago, it would come across a fax machine. Everybody would get it. They would get training on it. 2 or 3 weeks, people would talk about it, and then everything goes back to normal, right? The problem with this stuff and with what we do is what we're doing is because there's a consent decree. There is a federal monitor. We need to get the department in compliance, and the only way to be in compliance is you have to do this stuff, prove that you've done it, and prove that you've done it consistently for 2 years. So what our job is to actually implement this stuff and prove it's been implemented, correct the mistakes when they happen and so on. But it's really just like there's actual follow-up now, and it's relentless, and that causes a lot of resistance because it's change. Cops are the worst when it comes to change. They hate the way things are, and they hate change. So, yeah, but it's gradual though. It's gradual, and it's causing I see a culture change already.
But, so this is the last slide of use of force, and I apologize for running a little bit late, but I think we've had some tremendous dialogue and discussion. I know it won't be the last one. I know, pretrial and I will speak regularly, and I'm sure we'll be doing some additional training in other areas, but obviously questions, we ran a little bit over, so I apologize for that, but if you have any questions, obviously stick around, ask.
The only thing, and I know we're over, I think this is the first time we've actually sat at a table with members of the consent decree team.
Yes.
So if there are any questions for them, and I know we're over, and maybe we can look at setting something else up, but I know questions come up all the time in discussion because we're so far removed. I just didn't know if anyone had questions for members of the team.
My own personal feeling is like, I hate that. I feel like it's so distant. Like, I feel like we have like the same goals. I would love to have more communication or anything. I know certain things are limited because of court cases and what have you, but we ultimately have the same goals. I would love to feel like there's more communication and interaction and stuff. So.
You sound like Rick.
Yeah. Well, if not, I know Rick will echo this and probably expand. I definitely want to thank you, Mike, and Captain O'Hara, and Lieutenant Clark, and I would just want to thank you for helping with this and getting this organized. And I hope there's definitely not as, we're going to talk, not as much of a span with our next training. And we can, I know we mentioned doing walk through the communications area, all this stuff. So let me be the first to say thank you. And our chairman, I know, will do a better job than I just did.
I'll send my thank you through the email. I'll notify your bosses. The thing is, excuse me, we appreciate what you have presented. We're still going to be engaged in thought-provoking initiatives regarding our policies, and we're going to be a force for the city. And we appreciate the personal gesture that you made, because that is also my gesture, to be somewhat engaged in the same practices so we can actually work as a team.
Yeah.
That's what the country is looking for.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So, I want to thank you. Anybody here have any questions? Because I think you've been peppered. I didn't hear anything from Mr. Davis.
I don't have any questions, but I'll say, this is great for me. I'm new to the Lord, and so I think, first of all, us having an understanding of some of the aspects that you all deal with on a day-to-day basis keeps us informed. And I would say on the reverse end of that, part of what created the Civilian Review Board and your was emphasis from the community, right? And so you all can also look to us, right, for those questions about how do we engage the community, because we do have ears to the ground. I think everybody on this board has some connection to either a community organization or a religious organization. And so, I definitely think there is a mutual relationship that can take place.
That would be great.
We need to cultivate that.
Yeah. That would be great.
Building blocks, for sure.
Me too. Same thing. I feel way more informed. It's a serious, ongoing, long-term problem, and I think it sounds very hopeful to hear that so much work has been done to implement change. That's pretty commendable. If we can have those things really implemented and work, and then gain data from it and make more changes across the country, that would be great. It's one of the reasons why most of us are on the board, because we know Newark is a great place to make the change happen. And the need is so tremendous in our community. But thank you, because it was pretty thorough, and I walked away way more informed in some of the things that come up even in our discussion. It still is always the problem of how do you, once you have a plan, how do you enact the plan, so it's not done because you have a plan. In fact, it's definitely the right direction.
I made copies. I didn't know how far we were going to go. This is the complaint intake and investigations process. This is the new IA policy, which is done but still not officially done. There's also the disciplinary matrix policy on there that you guys recently reviewed. So I'm just giving you guys copies. They are on our website, the mpdconsentdecree.org. You can get other policies. You can get the other use of force policies. Yeah. Okay. So I just gave it to you in just in case we were going to get to it. Maybe next time we can set something up.
So you can have these to mull over again. The matrix process and policy is actually done and approved, including the training, which will be on Powered EMS. We're just actually waiting to get a meeting with the public safety director. He wants to have a meeting about it first before we put it out. So he had some questions. So that's ready to go. It's just a matter of getting that meeting done. The complaint intake policy is, like I said, this was approved back in September 21st to be exact. And we just had a hiccup with a couple paragraphs under the theft subsection, which is not actually in the complaint intake investigations section of the consent decree. It's its own section, theft. And I guess I made the mistake of saying, well, I can include it into the complaint intake policy. I mean, it's misconduct. If you have a theft, it's misconduct. And it's not a big section of the consent decree. And actually, Linda Tartaglia, the monitoring team, said that Peter Harvey wanted to make that its own general order. And I said, well, that doesn't make sense. It's misconduct. We could put it in this policy. I probably should have listened to that advice and made it, because at least we could have got the complaint intake policy done. It would have been out a couple months ago. So we're just fine tuning that last little thing. We've had a couple hiccups, and again with the DOJ and the monitoring team, and we go back and forth, and then we have calls, and we're just trying to iron that out. So they just have to kind of get on board with the fact that we got to produce these. They need to see the reports that this potential risk of theft is being done, and we can do it. So we got to stop bandying about, worrying about the words on paper. I mean, it's there, and we can. It's us to do it on our end. If we're not doing it, then call us out on it that we're not doing it, right? I mean, so my thing is, let's just get the policy out so we can get it moving. So anyway,
You want feedback?
Well, make sure everybody has my card. My cell phone number's on the back. Please reach out, call anytime. If it's not the board, just anything at all. You want to meet?
How you doing?
Good.
Good?
yeah.
Good presentation.
Have a meal, just talk about any of those issues, anything,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you very much.